Chapter 2800. Secretly Killing. Chapter 2800. Secretly Killing. Translatker. Atlas Studios, Chile. Chase after. Kill them for me. Han Guang's angry roar reverberated above the sea. One sword inflicted heavy wounds onto him. What Yi Yuan's sword chopped was his Dao. The current Han Guang, although he revived, his strength was greatly diminished and was not even as good as Chile. Actually, without waiting for Han Guang's instructions, Chile chased into the fog right away, but, merely a short while later, he retreated again. Commander Han Guang, their auras disappeared. Chile said with a solemn expression. Han Guang's gaze turned intent, and he shouted angrily, "Everyone heeds my order. Conduct a carpet search in the fog. Once you discover their traces, kill without amnesty." This army was composed of 5,000 blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens. After obeying the order, 5,000 people searched the fog in an orderly manner. Han Guang and Chile also entered the fog. However, Han Guang's brows immediately knitted together. "Us can't even set off any waves after spreading in." A blood race team was currently searching the fog due to that, their divine sense detection range was very small. They could only patrol back and forth continuously. It was just that 3 days had passed. They did not find Yi Yuan 5 people's shadows at all. The army of 4,900 people split into squads of 49, carrying out a carpet search of the entire fog area. This squad was one of them. At the back of the team, a ball of water quietly enveloped the 3 people who were talking just now, without making a sound. These 3 people were merely Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens. Being covered up by this ball of water, they got a big shock and instinctively wanted to cry for help. But they could not cry out in the water curtain at all. At this time, a figure appeared. Yang Qing looked at these 3 people with a playful face and suddenly stabbed a spear towards one of them. This spear did not have the slightest rule fluctuation. But, after the tip of the spear pierced into the body of that blood race member, a terrifying destructive power exploded in his body. That blood race member was directly wiped out by Yang Qing. At the same time, the 2 blood race members beside him also directly turned into nothingness without making a sound. It turned out that Yi Yuan injected 2 streams of sword energy and directly garroted these 2. Yang Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said angrily, "USNATC, head my people again." Yi Yuan made a shoes HI+ing hand gesture, signaling for Yang Qing to leave. The 2 figures escaped into the fog again, disappearing. Very soon, another squad passed by them. When Yang Qing saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly. They nearly got exposed. "You this fellow, killing people too slowly." Yi Yuan looked toward Yang Qing and said lightly. Yang Qing was angered until his expression was livid, but there was nothing that he could do. Wanting to immediately obliterate and also not make any sound, it was really difficult. "Sniff, you're really a freak. Even killing people is faster than me." Chapter 2801. Breaking Through the Encirclement. Chapter 2801. Breaking Through the Encirclement. Zicheng, the human blood that you got the last time was pretty good. Do you still have any? Share a little with me. Zicheng? Amen? Zicheng? At the tail of the team, a Saint Sovereign Heaven was currently talking to the guy behind. But he talked for a long time, and the other party ignored him. Turning around to look, his hair could not help standing on end. He was gone. There were 10 people behind him. Why were they all gone silently? When did they disappear? Lord Zhaoming! Lord Zhaoming! Things are bad. Zicheng, they all are gone. That Saint Sovereign Heave cried out in alarm. Lord Zhaoming was their 100-man team's captain, a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. When Zhaoming turned around to look, sure enough, he discovered that 10 people were missing, and his hair also could not help standing on end. 10 people. They were gone without even setting off any waves? Where are they? Zhao Ming said in a cold voice. That Saint Sovereign Heaven smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. We were still talking just now, but when I looked back, they were gone. Zhao Ming's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, It must have been done by those guys. They hid in this fog and secretly killed us. No way, we can't go on searching like this. Otherwise, we'll die out. Suddenly, Zhao Ming attacked abruptly, hitting into the void. Boom, boom, boom. Very soon, there were 2 teams of 100 men each that felt this commotion and rushed over. Where's the enemy? Where are they? Zhao Ming, what are you doing? When the 2 captains came over and discovered that there were no enemies at all, they could not help feeling annoyed. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, You guys quickly check. How many people are missing in your 100-man squad? The 2 captains were taken aback and hurriedly checked their 100-man squads, and their faces could not help changing wildly. The 2 teams were missing 9 people when added up. The scariest thing was that they actually did not notice it at all. What's going on here? One of the captains said in shock. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, It must be those guys who did it. We can't continue searching like this. Quickly inform everyone, let's gather together. The other 2 captains nodded one after another. Very soon, the army was gathered together. Upon checking the numbers, more than 300 were missing. Everyone had a gloomy look on their faces. Fu Hai. Where's Fu Hai? Also gone? Suddenly, a blood race warrior shouted. A hint of strangeness showed on everyone's faces. The army was already gathered, and these few fellows were still stabbing them in the back. F***CK. We can't do this. Quickly go. Can't stay in this fog anymore. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice. Everyone was very much in agreement. Hence, the army of 5,000 withdrew out of the fog. Hearing the reports by Zhao Ming and the others, Han Guang's expression was incredibly dark. We might not necessarily have so many losses after experiencing a great battle too. These few humans, this commander will definitely kill them. Han Guang said furiously. Adding in the 100-man squad that was lost previously, this blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven army already lost close to 500 people before even engaging in war. When their blood race fought with the Heaven One continent, as long as Emperor Realm powerhouses did not appear, it was very hard for 500 people to die too. One had to know this army was a Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Even when facing a 5,000-strong human Saint Sovereign Heaven army, they completely crushed them too and absolutely would not suffer such heavy losses. The recovery ability of the blood race was extremely strong. The greater the battle, the harder it was for them to be killed. But, who knew that after encountering 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens, they actually had so many people being ambushed to death within a few short days. Han Guang's heart was dripping blood, but now, he had already mounted the tiger and found it hard to dismount. He was seriously injured. It would be hard to recover for a while. It would be to no avail if he entered too. If he let Chili go in, he was afraid that Yi Yuan they all would directly run away. After all, Chili's divine sense was too weak, and could not penetrate the fog too much as well. Unless Yi Yuan they all showed up around Chili, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan they all either. Lord Commander, what should we do now? Han Guang's gaze flickered and he said, All of you go to the other side and block off this fog. Once they come out, kill without amnesty. The subordinate's expression changed and he said, That way, we are at risk of exposure. Han Guang said in a solemn voice, Who cares? Chili alone might not be able to stop them. If even one of them escapes, it will be fatal to us. Commander Luo Chuan will be arriving in 3 days. After he arrives, it will be the time of death for these guys. In the fog, Yang Qing was as destination I toot as snow. These guys are really dumb. Under Saint Exalt Azareski's slaughter, they don't even dare to enter the fog anymore. Yang Qing showed off and said, No one paid attention to him. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "They seem to be waiting for someone here. This shows that this Saint Sovereign Heaven army isn't all of it. We can't wait anymore. Otherwise, not only will the news not be sent out, we'll have to die here too." Yi Yuan felt that the blood race probably still had even more true Sovereign Heaven experts that would be arriving one after another. No matter how weak Heaven One continent's human race was, it was also impossible for it to be conquered by two true Sovereign Heavens. Therefore, they must be waiting. "How many days do you still have before you can recover?" Yang Qing asked. 3 days. 3 days later, on the coastline, the 4,000 over-people blood race army were waiting in full battle array. Suddenly, several figures suddenly rushed out and charged right into the army. The moment Yi Yuan unleashed his universe sword formation, he immediately slew more than 10 Saint Sovereign Heavens. The others killed frenziedly under his cover. Especially Yang Qing, when a spear rushed out, someone would definitely die. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Chili's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? This boy only used half a month to completely recover?" However, he did not have time to be surprised. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan 5 people's speed was too fast. They instantly formed an opening. The moment Chili's true Sovereign Heaven pressure emerged, he charged straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and a Dao sword actually condensed in his hand. Chili's expression changed wildly, retreating ever faster than when he came. Because this sword of Yi Yuan's was already chopping down right at him. He knew perfectly well that this sword directly crippled Commander Han Guang. However, Yi Yuan suddenly grinned. The Dao sword in his hand directly disappeared without a trace. The terrifying pressure vanished right away. "Scaring you. Goodbye." The 5 people turned into afterimages, flying straight for the continent. On the other side, the void trembled, and one figure after another stepped out of the void. Focusing one's eyes and looking, there were actually more than 5,000 people. These 5,000 people were shockingly all Saint Sovereign Heavens, and the true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the forefront actually reached as many as 5 people. Commander Luo Chuan. Han Guang immediately bowed to one of them. Commander Luo Chuan was a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven-level super powerhouse. This 10,000-strong army was led precisely by him. When Luo Chuan saw Han Guang, his brows could not help furrowing slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's going on?" Han Guang hurriedly said, "Several divergent cultivators suddenly appeared at sea. One of them actually condensed a terrifying Dao sword and damaged my foundation with one sword." Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" "Still in the fog. I've already ordered Chili to stop them at the coastline." Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Useless Traz. H. Plus. Chapter 2802. Inciting Heavenly Punishment, Reporting Information. Chapter 2802. Inciting Heavenly Punishment, Reporting Information. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus one figure after another dashed out of the fog. Luo Chuan's eyes turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" The coastline was starkly empty. Where was there still a hint of any presence? Han Guang's pupils constricted, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Damn it! Those few punks must have broken through the encirclement." Traz. H. Plus, Luo Chuan yelled loudly in shock and rage. How great a price did our blood race pay for this northern war situation? Even Hegemon Blood Sky acted personally. Now it failed just a step away from success. Han Guang was in fear and trepidation, immediately kneeling down. How could he not know the severity of this matter? But how could he have known that a Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven could slash him with one sword move? This sort of thing was seriously too surprising. "Ming Su, you lead the army to station here. This commander will go and chase after those humans. I hope that I can make it in time. Luo Chuan instructed and immediately disappeared. Yi Yuan 5 people killed their way out of the heavy encirclement, fleeing while fighting. Chili was fearful of Yi Yuan's Dao sword and did not dare to pursue alone. He could only order the army to chase him down together. But, the closer they got to the continent, the greater the risk of being exposed. Right now, the blood race's setup had yet to be completed. Once detected by the northern powerhouses, the previous efforts would be wasted. Just based on them, these true sovereign heavens and saint sovereign heavens, it was naturally impossible to take down Heaven One continent. Wanting to gain a firm foothold in the north, the more important thing was still the cooperation of Emperor-level powerhouses and Hegemon-level powerhouses. Without them, any random human Emperor-level powerhouse that came could eradicate them. Still chasing? You keep chasing, and I'm really going to kill you. From ahead came Yi Yuan's cold laugh. Chili's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "If you have the capabilities, try killing this commander." "Is that so? Then I'm coming." Done talking, Yi Yuan slashed a sword out backhandedly. Heaven and earth changed colors. The horrifying to the extreme aura made Chili's expression change wildly, his figure suddenly descending. But this sword did not land. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, "Hoo, still bluffing you. F***ck, it was another feint." Chili practically wanted to vomit blood. Along the way, Yi Yuan used this move to trick him 3 or 4 times already. Each time he saw that he was going to catch up, Yi Yuan would do it once. Yet, he really had no choice. Once he got too close, this sword of Yi Yuan's could really take his life. Yi Yuan's sword heavily wounded Commander Han Guang with a chop. His strength was significantly worse than Han Guang's. He reckoned that even if he did not die, he would become crippled too. In the blood race, trash had no existence value. Chili had no choice and could only hang behind Yi Yuan like this, reducing their speed. He could only hope that Lord Luo Chuan could rush over as soon as possible and kill this vile SPAWN. This boy was too hateful. "Still chasing? I'm already home," Yi Yuan said with a grin. Sure enough, extremely far away, the outline of a city already slowly appeared in his field of vision. During the chase, both parties already flew an extremely far distance. Along the way, there were naturally traces of human activities too. But Chili split off a portion of the army and immediately started massacring. It was for the sake of keeping the secret. Yi Yuan was completely clueless about Heaven One continent. But the appearance of the blood race made him have some judgment. Most likely, Heaven One continent situation was not optimistic. The blood race appeared behind the continent without a sound. It was likely an extremely important strategic intent. He came just at the right time and ped into it. The most important mission now was to let the human powerhouses know. Otherwise, not only would he have to die, but Heaven One continent would also probably fall completely into enemy hands. Mi Tian said before that the blood race was a very terrifying race. They would devour their opponent's blood and grow stronger the more they fought. Once they gain a firm foothold, even more powerful blood race powerhouses would appear. But right at this time, a shocking aura engulfed everything and swept over from a distance. The faces of Yi Yuan and the rest changed wildly. This aura was far too strong. It was an existence that he could not possibly kill even if he brought out the Dao sword. Chili naturally sensed it too and said with a big laugh, "Boy, you probably can't go home anymore. Commander Luo Chuan is a grand completion true sovereign heaven. You're dead for sure." The other party's speed was too fast. They did not have time to escape into the city at all and would be caught up to. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yang Qing, hold him back." Yang Qing's strength naturally could not compare to Chili. However, he was also strong enough. Delaying for a short while was still doable for him. However, this way, The 5 people immediately got caught in the army's encirclement. Yi Yuan completely ignored those blood race members, directly controlling the Dao sword to rise to the sky. Yi Yuan's Dao sword immediately became a giant sword, shooting straight to the sky. The saint's sovereign heavens that approached Yi Yuan were directly obliterated by the sword energy exuding off of the Dao sword. Rumble as if sensing Yi Yuan's Dao sword, dark clouds immediately gathered overhead above the sky, lightning flash. Hi plus ing and thunder rumbling. Yi Yuan pointed at the sky with the sword once again. Furthermore, along with the increase in Yi Yuan's strength, heaven's might was several dozen times stronger than in the past. The sky within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles was shrouded by this layer of dark cloud. At this moment, countless powerhouses were shocked. What Yi Yuan wanted was this effect. Far away, Luo Chuan's expression changed wildly, knowing that the plan this time had completely failed. On top of Northern View City's walls, several figures looked into the distance across the SPAC. Northern View City was the city closest to Yi Yuan. Song Miao was this Northern View City's city lord. A subordinate exclaimed, "City lord, which senior is this that's transcending their true sovereign Dao tribulation? This power is so terrifying." He had seen before City Lord, His Excellency, transcending true sovereign Dao tribulation before. It was merely nothing more than this. And City Lord, His Excellency, was an upper true sovereign heaven mighty expert. But Song Miao's brows furrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "This isn't a true sovereign Dao tribulation. This is heavenly punishment. The person transcending the tribulation is a divergent cultivator. However, why would someone be transcending their tribulation in that direction? There seems to be something odd about this matter." The subordinate also said with uncertainty, "Yeah, there are many humans and true spirits over there. It isn't some good place to transcend tribulation. Why would there be someone who chose to transcend their tribulation here? The place to transcend tribulation, most people would choose a quiet and remote place. After all, transcending tribulation was having 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. If someone interfered, that would be certain death. Such a clamorous place was not suitable to transcend tribulation at all. Yet, someone was transcending tribulation. Furthermore, they caused an extremely huge commotion. This sovereign will go over and take a look. You all guard the city and activate the city protecting grand array and wait in full battle array." After he was done talking, Song Miao's figure swayed, and he headed for the place where the tribulation was being overcome. He was a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. His speed was swift to the extreme. But very soon, his expression changed wildly. Blood race. There were actually a large group of blood race powerhouses in the center of the storm. The hallmark of the blood race was very obvious. Once they started to fight, blood energy would surge to the sky. It was very easy to identify. This place is the land of extreme north. Why would there be blood race members here? Could it be that they secretly opened up a spatial passageway and plan on invading heaven one continent through the sea? Song Miao guessed the general idea very soon. But this conjecture made him break out into a cold sweat due to fright. This news was seriously too important. Chapter 2803. The Power of Heavenly Punishment. Chapter 2803. The Power of Heavenly Punishment. Atlas Studios, immediately send news back to Chaos Origin Sect. The blood race opened up a spatial channel. They are invading from the north. Song Miao's words reverberated across the sky, immediately transmitting back to Northern View City. This sentence immediately caused a huge shock. What? The blood race actually appeared in our land of extreme north too? How can that be? Opening up a spatial passageway, the blood race actually used this kind of shocking method. Is the peace of the north finally going to end? In Northern View City, it was already completely shocking when they found out. The blood race was the nightmare of the Heaven One continent. However, the northern lands were far away from the battlefield. It barely managed to be considered as peaceful. The appearance of the blood race was a tremendous blow to them. They knew that the originally peaceful northern lands would turn into a savage battlefield. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus one powerful aura after another came from all directions. These auras were all true sovereign heaven. Brother Song, is it really the blood race? Someone stepped out of the void, looking at Song Miao as he said with a solemn expression. Song Miao nodded and said, absolutely true. That Tao friend deliberately called down heavenly punishment in order to deliver the message to us. He's being pursued by the blood race. Let's hurry up and save him. Beside Song Miao, one figure after another appeared. 8 true sovereign heavens actually appeared all at once. These true sovereign heavens were all powerhouses in the vicinity of Northern View City. They were originally attracted by Yi Yuan's heavenly punishment. When Song Miao roared, they immediately knew what was going on. Hearing Song Miao's order, they did not hesitate in the slightest, sweeping towards the center of the storm like lightning. On the other side, Luo Chuan also came howling while bringing an Astonis. Hi plus ing aura. Both sides were at an explosive point. The Chili who was currently chasing Yang Qing, his expression turned ashen at this time too. He also realized that the surprise attack plan had completely failed. Their army was actually punched through by 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens. With Yi Yuan bringing along 4 people, not only did they kill their way out of the heavy encirclement, they even completely transmitted the news that the blood race came to attack, back to the humans. Until now, Chili still felt like he was dreaming. He looked at the Yi Yuan, who was akin to facing a great enemy, his eyes seemingly full of killing intent. Damn it! You, punk, must die under the Tao tribulation. Chili gritted his teeth and said. He did not dare to go and kill Yi Yuan. The power of this Tao tribulation was too terrifying. 7-9 Tao tribulation. The heavenly punishment that Yi Yuan called down was a 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation. It was a genuine true sovereign Tao tribulation. Furthermore, this was heavenly punishment, not Tao tribulation. The power of heavenly punishment was even more terrifying than Tao tribulation. One could say that this was the enhanced version of the 7-9 Tao tribulation. The current Yi Yuan, he also felt his scalp tingle. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment, this was completely a death-seeking action. But he had no choice. That true sovereign heaven was at grand completion. Even if he had the means to access the highest heavens, he would surely die without a doubt too. Fortunately, he sensed that the powerhouses from the human race there were here. Damn. And human brat, to dare ruin my blood race's shocking plan. I'll definitely kill you today. The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Luo Chuan's angry roar resounded across the horizon. The blood race really paid a huge price for the sake of this plan. They invested a great deal of power in the south, restraining countless human powerhouses. It was for the sake of dealing a fatal blow in the back. But now, it failed on the eve of success. And everything was because of this human brat. A punk who was only middle saint sovereign heaven. Even if you're transcending tribulation, I'm going to kill you too. He was a grand completion true sovereign heaven expert, his strength being immensely formidable. He did not fear the 7-9 Tao tribulation at all. And right at this time, the human true sovereign heaven powerhouses also just happened to arrive. Many thanks to fellow Taoist for bringing down heavenly punishment to send the message, saving the human race, saving heaven one continent. Song Miao said halfway and found that he could not continue anymore. Fellow Taoist? He discovered to his horror that the one who brought down the 7-9 Tao tribulation was shockingly just a middle saint sovereign heaven. Fuck, A middle saint's sovereign heaven called down a 7-9 Tao tribulation? Also, this densely packed blood race army, there were several thousand people. There were even true sovereign heaven powerhouses among them. How did this guy run over? Song Miao only felt that his worldview was about to collapse. How did this kid do it? Although Yang Qing's strength was very strong, Song Miao saw through at a glance that Yi Yuan was the backbone of these 5 people. It was because he called down the heavenly punishment. A middle saint sovereign heaven, brought along 4 saint sovereign heavens, smashed through the defense of the blood race army, and sent a message to Northern View City. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This was too freaking fake. Not just him, the true sovereign heaven powerhouses who dared to come were all inexplicably shocked. They all thought that it was a fellow Daoist. In the end, it was just a junior. What the hell? The young ones are really to be feared. This boy is going to defy the heavens. 7-9 Tao tribulation, can he overcome it? While in shock, the true sovereign heavens already clashed together with Luo Chuan. The imposing momentum was shocking. Luo Chuan fought 1-on-7, and he did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. This Luo Chuan was too strong. As soon as Song Miao and the others clashed, they immediately felt tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, another person took over Yang Qing and faced off against Chili. This true sovereign heaven was the weakest, being only lower true sovereign heaven. King it was really too exciting with this guy. It was virtually certain death outcomes along the way. I didn't expect that your father could actually survive. Ha ha. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, am indeed someone that heaven favors, and I will definitely dominate heaven one continent in the future. Yang Qing said with a big laugh. Bang, bang, bang. Right at this time, the 7-9 Tao tribulation fell. 3 thick bolts of lightning fell together. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the Tao sword. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, already suffering serious injuries. The Tao tribulation this time was different from usual. With 3 bolts of 7-9 Tao tribulation arriving together, the tribulation's power was tripled. Yi Yuan's Tao sword was immediately severely damaged. He was repairing the Tao sword, but the Tao tribulation did not give him time to repair it at all. Yi Yuan's Tao sword had not been completely repaired when another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation fell down. Bang, bang, bang. The cracks grew even more on Yi Yuan's Tao sword. Yi Yuan's complexion became deathly pale. Heavenly punishment was indeed different from Tao tribulation. Hey Yi Yuan, you wouldn't die, right? This Tao tribulation is unusual. Yang Qing jinxed. When Song Miao and the rest who were fighting fiercely with Luo Chuan felt the power of the Tao tribulation, each and every one of them was extremely shocked too. Just how monstrous was this kid to actually provoke heavenly Tao until it wanted to eradicate him this much? That Tao sword was so strong. Ha ha! Watching you get smote to death by Tao tribulation, this commander is satisfied. Luo Chuan let out a loud laugh when he saw this scene. He did not take these human true sovereign heavens seriously at all. However, he knew that he could not stay here for too long. The human race's powerhouses were currently gathering toward Northern View City. Once an emperor-level powerhouse came, he would die without a burial ground. But before this, he was still very happy to watch Yi Yuan get smote to death by heavenly punishment. This punk ruined the blood race's grand matter. He deserved to die. Bang, bang, bang. Tao tribulation fell down repeatedly. Yi Yuan was directly slammed until he was sprawled on the ground. Finally, it was another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan's Tao sword collapsed with a loud bang. Chapter 2804. Grim Situation. Chapter 2804. Grim Situation. Atlas Studios, dead. Dead. This guy is going to be killed by heavenly punishment for reporting information to us. Sigh. Song Miao secretly sighed in his heart. 7-9 Dao tribulation was too terrifying. Furthermore, it was 3 times the 7-9 Dao tribulation. Yi Yuan already could not hold on anymore. Luo Chuan laughed loudly and said, "You absolutely can't withstand this round of Dao tribulation. Dying under Dao tribulation, you're getting off cheap, brat." Ha ha ha. It could be said that he hated Yi Yuan to the bones. The implications of this reporting were too big. Now, for Yi Yuan to be able to die under Dao tribulation, he was naturally incomparably invigoration. While talking, another 3 bolts of Dao tribulation fell together, and Yi Yuan could no longer condense the Dao sword. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was dead for sure this time. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's origin divinity came straight out of his body. Then the bow bent and the arrow was notched. Arrow of God extermination. The terrifying spiritual energy undulation swept up an extremely powerful fluctuation along with the arrow of God extermination. 3 arrow of God extermination released directly class HI plus ing together with the 3 bolts of Dao tribulation. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying undulation directly blew all the surrounding saints' sovereign heavens flying. There were even those who did not have time to run away and were directly obliterated by this impact. Yi Yuan's Dao tribulation was too terrifying. They could not get close at all. Yi Yuan's origin divinity also immediately dimmed a lot. Luo Chuan's expression could not help changing. This kid was actually still not dead. The origin divinity attack just now was so formidable. Hu, your esteemed self has been let down. This young friend's stubbornness is admirable. Song Miao said with a laugh. The current Yi Yuan was seriously injured, but his essence, energy, and spirit were getting stronger and stronger. This was a divergent cultivator. Even when facing heavenly Dao, one would not cow or submit either. It was just that what Yi Yuan did seemed to be even more thorough and purer than others. The Dao tribulations came very fast, as if extremely furious at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shot 10 rounds of arrow of God extermination in a row. His origin divinity already dimmed to the extreme, as if it might dissipate at any time. But he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. His origin divinity turning dim, Yi Yuan withdrew his origin divinity, and his entire person turned into an azure dragon, Rus. HI plus ing straight to the sky. All the way until now, his aura had not shrunk back in the slightest. Dao sword is gone. I'll use origin divinity. Origin divinity is weakened. I'll use my physical body. Want to make me, Yi Yuan, back down? There's no chance. Bang, bang, bang. The azure dragon that Yi Yuan transformed into was directly blasted down. But Yi Yuan got up immediately and flew toward the Dao tribulation again. He was slammed down over and over again, and he rose into the air again and again. All of the powerhouses present were visibly moved. Luo Chuan's expression became more and more solemn. He felt Yi Yuan's unyielding spirit. Even heavenly Dao was unable to shake it. This kind of shocking will was something that he rarely saw in his life. He knew that this heavenly punishment could not eradicate Yi Yuan anymore. It was also at this time that one powerful aura after another came from all directions again. These were the other city's powerhouses that rushed to the rescue. He couldn't stay any longer. If he continued staying, he would not be able to leave. This boy will definitely be my blood race's formidable enemy in the future. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill him this time. Luo Chuan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, a BLOOD light shone brilliantly on his body, and he smashed a punch onto the void. 7 true sovereign heaven powerhouses were immediately sent flying. Retreat. Under Luo Chuan's word of command, the Saint's sovereign heaven army immediately retreated. And Yi Yuan was still stubbornly resisting the Dao tribulation. When Yi Yuan woke up, he found himself lying on a comfortable bed. The sunlight seeping in from outside was a little blinding. His whole body felt like it had fallen apart, being weak to the extreme. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment this time could be said to be having narrowly escaped death. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly tribulation was different from Tao tribulation. When he transcended the saint's sovereign Tao tribulation, Yi Yuan already reached the pinnacle in all aspects and could be said to be well prepared. But, taking the initiative to bring down heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had not reached his peak state within this realm. Coupled with the power of the heavenly punishment itself, it was a miracle in itself that Yi Yuan could survive. "You're awake," a gentle voice sounded out. Only then did Yi Yuan realize that there was someone in the room. This was a middle-aged man with the appearance of a scholar, looking very gentle. Yi Yuan remembered him. He was precisely the first person who rushed over to save me. It was also City Lord Song Miao. "Senior," Yi Yuan struggled to sit up. Song Miao bowed to Yi Yuan and said, "This song gives thanks to little brother's grace of reporting the news on behalf of Northern View City's 1,000,000 martial artists." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "You mustn't." Song Miao got up and said with a smile, "This bow, little brother must accept it. You might not know what this heavenly punishment that you called down means to heaven one continent." Yi Yuan actually had an idea in his heart. The blood race was hidden in the fog. They must be plotting something big. But just how big Yi Yuan was not clear. Hearing Song Miao's meaning, it was likely really very dangerous this time. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Senior is injured?" Song Miao gave Yi Yuan a glance rather surprisedly and said with a smile, "It's fine." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "With blood beads entering the body, it will fuse into Senior's blood and destroy your bodily functions. Normally, you can suppress it. But, once you fight with people, this blood bead can kill you at any time." This time, Song Miao was really shocked. This guy actually saw through his own physical condition with one glance. Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, "The blood race's blood bead is incurable. Compared to the few fellow Taoists who died, this song is already very lucky." Yi Yuan said in surprise, "The news had already been brought out. Could it be that you all still can't deal with the blood race?" Song Miao shook his head and said, "This half a month, we fought 3 fierce battles with the blood race, suffering heavy losses. Among the fellow Taoists who saved you together on that day, 3 fell. The other 5 are all injured." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, not expecting that it was actually this result. The blood race was actually so powerful. He had the strength to crush those in the same rank, but it did not mean that everyone had. An unkillable opponent really had no solutions. The mere 5 of you were actually able to kill your way out of the blood race army's encirclement. It's simply a miracle. Song Miao sighed with admiration. Back then, when he saw that Yi Yuan was only Saint's sovereign heaven, he was really stunned. With this bit of strength, how did they kill their way out? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, just what's the situation in Heaven One continent?" Song Miao already knew that Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, were just from a wild continent and were not clear about Heaven One continent's situation. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were even harder to come across. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has 3 main continents: Heaven One continent, Thundercry continent, and Lasting Wind continent. These 3 main continents occupy a vast area, facing each other across the sea. But now, Thundercry continent and Lasting Wind continent have all already become the blood race's territory. The various races' powerhouses of the 2 continents have all become slaves of the blood race. Heaven One continent is Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's sole remaining mellow fruit. The powerhouses of the other 2 continents have also retreated to defend Heaven One continent one after another. In fact, close to 1/3 of the present Heaven One continent has already fallen into enemy hands too. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard this. He knew that Heaven One Continent situation was grim, but he also did not think that it was so severe. Chapter 2805. Bloodline Upgrade. Chapter 2805. Bloodline Upgrade. Atlas Studios, in order to resist the Blood Race, 32 Hegemon Realm powerhouses joined forces and built the Absolute Heaven Barrier, only then barely managing to resist the Blood Race. But the vicinity of the Absolute Heaven Barrier became a meat grinder. Countless powerhouses have died there. This battle is 1,000 years old. In these 1,000 years, the Absolute Heaven Barrier was breached many times, but we forcefully fought back again and again. Within 1,000 years, 7 of our Hegemon Realm powerhouses died in battle. The Emperor Realm powerhouses who fell reached 3 figures. But we finally managed to fend off. But no one could have thought that the Blood Race actually opened up a spatial passageway and launched a surprise attack from the north. If not for you risking your life to report the information this time, our northern cities would definitely have fallen on all fronts. At that time, Heaven One Continent would be completely occupied by the enemy. Song Miao was laden with anxieties, clearly being very worried about the present situation. One could tell that the Blood Race appearing in the rear this time also made him break out in cold sweat from fright. Until now, he still had lingering fear in his heart. Yi Yuan also did not think that this end of the sea would actually be in such a situation. He heard Mi Tian say before, wherever the Blood Race went, it was akin to locusts crossing the border, having not a blade of GRASS surviving. They lived by feeding on the blood of all races across all the heavens, growing stronger the more they fought. Furthermore, their propagation was also different from other races. They were like spore organisms, splitting off directly from the main body, with extremely strong reproductive abilities. Furthermore, the stronger the main body, the stronger the bloodkin that split off too. They sucked blood continuously, growing stronger continuously, multiplying continuously, and expanding continuously. Until later, once they scaled up, the race would become extremely terrifying. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's current situation was precisely this sort of situation. More than 100,000 years ago, the Hegemon Realm powerhouses across all the heavens joined forces to exterminate the Blood Race and had once wiped out the Blood Race. But Mi Tian also never expected that after more than 100,000 years, the Blood Race actually rose again from the ashes. Furthermore, they even displayed the force of a prairie fire. The Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was actually only left with less than a third. No idea what kind of situation the other 32 heavens were either. Of course, that was too far away for Yi Yuan. If Heaven One Continent were to fall, Yi Yuan himself would likely not be able to escape death too. Senior, is the current situation on the northern front not optimistic? Yi Yuan said. Song Miao shook his head and said, the Blood Race sent out more than 10 Emperor-level powerhouses and a 20,000-strong Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Although we're prepared, the other party's strength is too strong, defending the spatial passageway desperately. We fought 3 BLOODY battles with them and didn't gain any advantage either. Instead, we suffered heavy casualty. Currently, the spatial passageway hasn't completely stabilized yet. The Blood Race's Hegemon Realm powerhouses are not able to pass through. But, as long as the spatial channel is there, they can continue to send powerhouses over ceaselessly. Once the spatial passageway is stabilized and they send Hegemon Realm powerhouses over, we probably won't be able to defend. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there's no harm. This Yi still has this bit of confidence. Song Miao frowned and said, little brother, you came from outside. You might not know the terror of the Blood Race. Even Hegemon Realm powerhouses will find it difficult to resist the corrosion of blood energy too. I know that you have battle spirit level chaos true spirit bloodline, but it's still not enough. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, a surge of bloodline power flowed out. Song Miao's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Battle soul level. Your bloodline power broke through?" During the heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had displayed the battle spirit level chaos bloodline before. So, Song Miao had an idea in his heart. Chaos true spirits were born from chaos. Their bloodline was extremely unveil. The blood energy of the blood race could corrupt all races across all the heavens but could not corrupt chaos true spirit bloodline. Of course, this was limited to Song Miao was injured by a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. His battle spirit level bloodline was unable to withstand the corruption of a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. Chaos true spirit bloodline was divided into 5 level: battle spirit level, battle soul level, battle God level, earth Kuan level, and heaven Qian level. Heaven Qian level bloodline powerhouses were virtually all hegemon realm. It was not up to Song Miao to not be surprised because the advancement of Chaos True Spirit bloodline was extremely difficult. In reality, the vast majority of Chaos True Spirit bloodline was innate and determined by talent. Wanting to take the initiative to improve it was virtually impossible. But, after Yi Yuan experienced the heavenly punishment, he actually directly raised his bloodline by a level. It was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Heavenly punishment is a crisis and also an opportunity. As a divergent cultivator, each Tao tribulation is a life and death trial for this Yi. Since I succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, then I naturally have to obtain some benefit." Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, "While that might be the case, how can the improvement of Chaos True Spirit bloodline be accomplished so easily? Young friend Yi is really too surprising. Back then, when I saw the heavenly punishment, I even thought which true sovereign heaven Tao friend it was. Didn't expect that it was actually a middle saint sovereign heaven, simply unbelievable." Yi Yuan's words were right, but there had been plenty of people who had overcome tribulations. If it were so easy, then Heaven One continent would not have fallen so far as to be nearly occupied by the enemy. Hence, Yi Yuan started to diagnose Song Miao. When his divine essence entered the body, Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong corruption force. This corruption force virtually wanted to corrupt Yi Yuan's divine essence completely. It even wanted to invade into his body by following Yi Yuan's divine essence. But very soon, Yi Yuan's battle soul level bloodline power erupted, immediately suppressing this corruption power. Chapter 2806, Doubt. Chapter 2806. Doubt. Yi Yuan did not deliberately suppress this corruption power, but his unveil bloodline allowed no provocation. Chaos bloodline was practically the 33 heavens' strongest bloodline. Not one of. Carefully feeling this corrupted bloodline power, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Very complicated. The corrupt blood mixed together with the ordinary bloodline and already completely fused into one. It could not be purged at all. Even if Yi Yuan's control of divine essence already reached a transcendent level, he could not do it too. This kind of fusion was a unified one tie. It could not be differentiated at all. After Yi Yuan stopped examining, Song Miao smiled and said, "This song appreciates younger brother Ye's good intentions. However, this song has a score in mind about this corrupt blood power. It's likely unable to be removed." Yi Yuan did not answer and asked, "Senior, those who got inflicted by the poison of corrupt blood, such as yourself, shouldn't be in the minority, right?" Song Miao nodded and said, "The northern land is relatively peaceful, but the vast majority of the people have partook. 1p. Aided in battles with the blood race before. This blood corruption poison naturally can't be avoided." Yi Yuan said, "I'll go take a look." Song Miao smiled and did not refuse either, bringing Yi Yuan out. Geniuses were all haughty. After Yi Yuan became aware of the overwhelming odds against him, everything could naturally be discussed. This blood corruption poison was not merely studied by grade 5, grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Even grade 9 heavenly alchemists had researched it before too. But it was simply incurable. Once the corrupt blood fused into the blood, no method could separate it. Unless the inflicted person died, otherwise, there was no way of separating it at all. Currently, Northern View City had a Saint Sovereign Heaven army of 2,000 stationed here. When Yi Yuan walked into the army camp, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The army of 2,000 was already left with just 1,400 over people. Furthermore, many people were injured. Many of these injuries were due to blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Song Miao, "Senior, I want to take a look at a few more." Saint Sovereign naturally had no objections, bringing Yi Yuan to take a look at a few more Saint Sovereign heavens inflicted with blood corruption poison. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. Zhao Chen was a centurion. With regards to Yi Yuan's action, he scoffed in derision. "Brad who hungers for fame and reputation, how ignorant! A country you, Mpkin who came from overseas, do you really think that alchemy Dao is so easy?" Zhao Chen said disdainfully to Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan still paid no attention to him and said to Song Miao, "Senior, there's a big problem with this method to control the blood corruption poison." Song Miao could not help being taken aback when he heard it. It was somewhat exaggerating things to raise an alarm, right? This method was not figured out by Dao Chen, this disciple, but devised by his master, an emperor-level powerhouse. You, a measly little middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, you're at the very best a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Yet, you're actually questioning a grade 7 heavenly alchemist? However, Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. Song Miao could not very well refute him either and said, "Oh? What's the problem?" He did not understand much about Yi Yuan. Actually, his thoughts were pretty much the same as Zhao Chen's, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat talking big to impress people. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "This method of controlling is using the power of true spirit bloodline to suppress the spreading of corrupt blood. But this kind of method has huge hidden danger. The pride of true spirit bloodline is even more so than that of the blood race. Using true spirit bloodline to suppress corrupt blood will indeed have a bit of effect within a short time. But once a great battle starts, it's very easy for true spirit bloodline to lose control, and it will even cause a backlash to the master. At that time, our combat force will be greatly diminished." Yi Yuan saw through that this so-called treatment method was using chaos true spirit bloodline to suppress the power of corrupt blood. This method seemed flawless. But once a genuine great battle erupted, it was very easy for Heaven One continent this side to crumble. It was just that body seemed to be able to take this in. The moment Song Miao heard, he smiled and said, "Brother Yi is worrying too much. Suppressing corrupt blood with the blood of true spirit, this is the method that the extreme medicine sect devised and has already been verified at the southern front. There's absolutely no problem." Zhao Chen was also impatient, completely disregarding Yi Yuan's face as he said, "City Lord Song, where did this kid come from? Such high-sounding sentiments. Extreme medicine sect is a hegemon-level holy land. Can the things that they figured out be questioned by people? In my view, this boy is completely haughty from being conferred favors. He wants to render even greater contributions and obtain even greater glory. Hoo-hoo, having half-baked knowledge but showing off. Kid, the bloodline suppression method that my extreme medicine sect devised has already been verified at the southern front. There's absolutely no problem. But now you're saying that there's a problem with our extreme medicine sect's suppression method. Who gave you the courage?" Just as they were talking, Dao Chen heard about this from G.O.D. knows where and swaggered in. Dao Chen looked toward Yi Yuan, his eyes seemingly full of disdain. He knew Yi Yuan and knew that Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. But, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a foreign hillbilly and had never seen the world before. How could he grasp bloodline suppression, this kind of high-level treatment method. Chapter 2807. Great Battle Begins. Chapter 2807. Great Battle Begins. Dao Qin came over, swept a glance over Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "You're that kid who called down heavenly punishment? Hulu, a trash who was spurned by heavenly Dao also wants to talk big to impress people? Your meaning is that my extreme medicine sect is setting everyone up? What malicious motives?" Yi Yuan sized Dao Qin up with a glance and could not help being speechless. He did not expect that he would make contact with the extreme medicine sect so quickly. He knew that Li Chongqing was a member of the extreme medicine sect. Of course, to a hegemon-level Holy Land, a Saint Sovereign Heaven disciple was simply unimportant. A countryside BU. Imkin also dares to question a hegemon-level Holy Land, really ignorant. Hohu, this kid really takes himself to be the savior. How laughable. The extreme medicine sect roams grand bright jade complete heaven unobstructed. It's the #1 alchemy path sect. This kid really ate the wrong medicine to actually dare question them. The mocking voices lingered on incessantly. To these people, the extreme medicine sect was the absolute authority and could not be questioned. Both parties' statuses were totally not equal. Even Song Miao was also very disapproving of Yi Yuan's questioning. It was true that you, Yi Yuan, rendered great contributions. But this was not your confidence to question authority. Senior Song doesn't believe me too? Yi Yuan looked toward Song Miao and said. Song Miao smiled and said, "Young friend, Yi has just arrived. You might not know the extreme medicine sect's strength. The suppression method that they devised shouldn't have a problem." Dao Qin laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Heard that, kid? In Heaven One Continent, my extreme medicine sect is the absolute authority in alchemy. Questioning us? Ignorant. Bulls. HI+T. If Master Yi says that there's a problem, then there's definitely a problem. You these people can't tell good from bad and still speak sarcastically to Master Yi. What a bunch of fools." Before Yi Yuan said anything, he heard Big Yellow's furious voice come over. He heard that Yi Yuan woke up and immediately came over to find him, and just happened to hear these people making digs at Yi Yuan, and immediately could not continue listening anymore. In his heart, Yi Yuan was an omnipotent god. Especially in the alchemy path, it was even more so. Other people might think that Yi Yuan's martial arts were extremely strong and that his alchemy Dao was merely thus. But Big Yellow knew what Yi Yuan was truly incredible in. It was alchemy Dao. That's right. My big brother Yi Yuan's alchemy strength absolutely crushes your extreme medicine sect. Jingfei also said. The moment Dao Chun heard, he could not help sneering as he said, "A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, ignorant." Big Yellow still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan interrupted him with a hand gesture and said, "All right, no need to say any more. Let's go." As he said, he brought the two and left. Looking at the few people's back views, Dao Qin was pleased with himself as he said, "Just this bit of capability and he also dares to step into the limelight and talk big to impress people. Being exposed by me, he ran away in disgrace. City Lord Song, these few punks hunger for fame and reputation. I'm afraid that they harbor ulterior motives." Song Miao frowned slightly and did not speak. No matter what, Yi Yuan rendering outstanding contributions was an undeniable fact. But regarding Yi Yuan's posturing personality, he disliked it. Dao Chen said, "Hohu, ignore this kind of fools. The powerhouses from all sides have already arrived one after another. They will be able to launch a general offensive on the spatial PAS Sageway. This matter is the most important thing. To a proud son of heaven like Dao Chen, Yi Yuan, this kind of existence was simply insignificant. At present, the general offensive on the blood race's spatial PAS Sageway was the most important." Saint Sovereign nodded and said, "Younger brother Dao Chen, rest assured. The Northern Front has dispatched an army of 50, 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens this time. The blood race absolutely won't gain any advantage. Master Yi, these bunch of guys really don't know what's good for them. Could it be that you're letting it go just like that? Big Yellow said indignantly. He currently had a feeling like his good intentions were fed to a dog. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "To them, we're outsiders. Heaven One continent is one of the main continents. The extreme medicine sect is even a hegemon-level holy land. To them, we're merely ants. If not because of the war with the blood race, we probably can't enter their sites at all. Even now, the words that I said have encroached on the authority of the extreme medicine sect too. It's naturally not tolerated by them." Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. He was aware of what Dao Qin they all were thinking in their hearts. He knew that he could not convince these people at all, so he could not be bothered to argue. Only by suffering a big loss would they know how severe the consequences were. They are going to have a great battle with the blood race tomorrow. At that time, they will suffer a loss. Jingfei said with a laugh. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "There's going to be a great battle tomorrow?" Big Yellow nodded and said, "Heaven One continent this side has already ACCU. Mulat an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens. They will be attacking the spatial Pas, Sageway tomorrow." Yi Yuan had just woken up and did not expect that there was going to be a big battle tomorrow. He said in a solemn voice, "From a certain degree, this battle is even more tragic than the Southern Front. Tomorrow's great battle will probably be extremely fierce. The extreme medicine sect's method is indeed able to suppress the blood race's blood energy from corrupting. But this method can only treat the symptoms and can't treat the root cause. Under such circumstances, it's very easy for the extreme medicine sect's method to cause a large-scale collapse." When putting it like this, the few people's expressions became ugly too. They wanted to see Dao Qin and the other get deflated, but if the blood race gained a firm foothold at the northern front, then the consequences would be too severe. But they didn't take Master Ye's suggestion in at all. "What can we do?" Big Yellow said unhappily. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said, "There's only one night. I hope that I can make it in time." The next day, 50,000 troops were gathered on the coastline, majestic and mighty. The commander-in-chief of the army was a half-step Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse, Yu Ming. The war with the blood race was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the showdown of hegemon realm powerhouses. Regarding this level of powerhouses, the moment they took action, the sky would rent asunder, and the earth would split apart. The second level was the showdown of Emperor Realm powerhouses. This level of showdown similarly caused a huge commotion. However, the battles of these 2 levels were few in numbers but large in scale. The casualties were not high instead. But, the third level, the battles below Emperor Realm, was the most tragic. Soldiers against soldiers. Generals against generals. Saint Sovereign Heaven and True Sovereign Heaven. This level of battle, they would often kill down to the last soldier. And this battle for the spatial Pas Sageway was clearly a fight to the death. Neither could back down. Brothers, this battle concerns the life and death of all races on Heaven One continent. Once the spatial channel stabilizes, it will be our doomsday. Therefore, only victor is allowed for this battle. Defeat is not allowed. Are you all ready? Yu Ming said in a loud voice. To live and die together with Heaven One continent. To live and die together with Heaven One continent. To live and die together with Heaven One continent. The battle cries shook the heaven. Set off. Under Yu Ming's word of command the 50,000-strong army set off. Above the sea, a black hole-like spatial Pas Sageway was currently giving off light. The army of 20,000 bloodkins was waiting in full battle array before the spatial Pas Sageway. This was a frontal confrontation without the slightest strategy. The 2 armies clashed head-on together just like that. Kill! 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 The 2 armies met in close quarters. Chapter 2808. Reversal. Chapter 2808. Reversal. Logically speaking, Heaven 1 Army's numbers were 5 times that of the blood race. They should hold an absolute advantage. But the actual battlefield situation was not like that at all. The blood race army was completely overpowering the humans. The blood race was undying and imperishable. They did not need to defend at all. Their fights were simply a cruise. HI plus ing style battle. The same attacks, Heaven 1 powerhouses would die immediately, but the Bloodkins could revive. Therefore, the Blood Race's army of 20,000 could completely be treated as 50,000 troops, or even more. The Blood Race's Emperor-level powerhouses guarded the surroundings of the spatial passageway tightly, unfolding an incomparably tragic fight with the Heaven 1 powerhouses. In this battle, either you die or I perish. H. Plus, ha ha. You lowly humans can't even withstand a single blow. Luo Chuan directly tore a human powerhouse apart, sucking the other party's blood greedily. In such a battle, the blood race could recover their strength through feeding on the other party's blood. Therefore, in battles between both sides, Heaven 1's side would often use several times the power to deal with the other party. But the result was still not optimistic. Blood dog, die! Dao Chen shouted fiercely, directly obliterating a bloodkin. The extreme medicine sect's disciples had extremely strong combat strength. Regardless of whether it was martial technique or cultivation method, it far surpassed said powerhouses of the same rank. Dao Chen's combat strength was naturally extremely strong. It was strong until he could obliterate the blood race. Song Miao's opponent was an upper true sovereign heaven bloodkin. The two people went back and forth, fighting fiercely without rest, unable to determine the victor. Song Miao received the extreme medicine sect's treatment too, suppressing the blood corruption with the blood of true spirit. Therefore, his combat power when exerted at this time virtually reached the peak. In the army, there were no less than 5,000 powerhouses who received the same treatment as him. They had received the extreme medicine sect's treatment. Their conditions had long already recovered to the peak. Therefore, they did not take Yi Yuan's words in at all. Zhong Yu, we fought 3 times. This time, I'll definitely avenge the enmity and kill you, Song Miao said with a cold smile. In the battle previously, Song Miao's opponent was Zhong Yu. However, he was struck by Zhong Yu's palm and corrupted by Zhong Yu's blood energy, growing weaker with each battle. Now, his strength recovered to the peak. It was time to win back face. With regards to Song Miao regaining his peak strength, Zhong Yu was very surprised too. The blood race did not expect that Heaven 1 continent's powerhouses actually resolved the blood corruption power. If that was the case, then the blood race's advantage would be greatly diminished. Just the likes of you? You're not qualified enough yet. If I can hurt you once, I can hurt you a second time. Zhong Yu was unrestrained and did not defend at all. Even if Song Miao regained his peak strength, he found it hard to take him down for a while too. The two people's strengths were similar, and the battle was extremely fierce too. Both parties' strengths were unleashed to the extreme. Suddenly, Song Miao's expression changed. His entire person's aura suddenly became extremely unstable. Zhong Yu naturally would not let this chance go and immediately rushed over in hot pursuit, not giving Song Miao any chance to catch his breath. Bang! Zhong Yu pressed a palm on Song Miao's chest, sending him flying out. Song Miao's complexion turned deathly pale. The blood in his body was boiling. He suddenly discovered that the true spirit blood that was injected into the body had completely gone berserk. His divine essence could not control it at all. When Zhong Yu saw the situation, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha! You really scared me badly just now. I even thought that you all really resolved the blood corruption poison. I didn't expect that you're simply a paper tiger. Song Miao, prepare to die." It turns out that what Yi Yuan said was right. Extreme medicine sect's suppression method really has a huge hidden danger. Normally, it can't be detected at all. But, once your strength erupts to the extreme, the balance within the body will be completely broken, and the true spirit bloodline and blood corruption power will erupt at the same time. Now, it's really a fate worse than death. Song Miao was bitterly remorseful in his heart. It was because he discovered that what Yi Yuan said was completely right. They had blind faith in the extreme medicine sect and did not have any suspicions at all. As for what Yi Yuan said, they thought it was naturally for the sake of talking big to impress people, in order to win more attention. This type of people, Song Miao, simply looked down on them. Swaz. Plus Song Miao retreated while fighting, not daring to confront Zhong Yu head-on at all. And in the army, the blood problem of thousands of powerhouses virtually erupted at the same time. Arg! I'm not resigned to this. Injecting true spirit bloodline, this is quenching thirst with poison. I died so wronged. So what that Yi Yuan said was true. Many Saints' sovereign heaven powerhouses were killed by the blood race while holding strong unwillingness. At this moment, they felt incomparably bitterly remorseful. Although the blood corruption power was strong, they were not without the power to fight. But, in this current situation, it was directly equivalent to sentencing them to death. They could hardly even fight anymore. In the army, 5,000 people were suddenly defeated. It was really being routed like a landslide. The 50,000-strong army actually directly collapsed in an instant. When the blood race powerhouses saw this situation, each and every one of them was excited to the extreme, killing until the human army steadily lost ground. How can this be? How can this happen? The experiments previously clearly didn't have any problems. Dao Chen panicked. How could he still not know that the problem lay with injecting true spirit bloodline? But the experiments previously were clearly had no problems already. Why would such a major problem suddenly break out? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. Turns out that what that guy said was actually right. At this moment, he finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was true. But it was already too late. A rout was like a landslide. The present Heaven One army had already directly collapsed. Countless powerhouses were killed by the blood race, blood flowing to form rivers. At this time, 5 figures stepped out of the void. The 5 people each carried a set of bow and arrows on their back. When Yi Yuan saw the scene in front of him, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Sure enough, what he was most worried about still happened. Luckily it's still not too late. Each of you, find a good angle. Don't enter the battlefield. Shoot them with arrows. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, Big brother Yi Yuan's secret weapon, I really want to see just how formidable it is. Jingfei said with a laugh. The 4 people did not talk nonsense either, finding their positions at the borders of the battlefield and started bending their bows and notching their arrows. Swaz. Plus swaz. Plus swaz. Plus one sharp arrow after another cut through the air with a strong whistling sound. A blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately gave a miserable scream when he got hit by an arrow, and his entire person's movements actually stiffened up immediately. Then he was immediately annihilated by a Heaven One powerhouse. That Heaven One powerhouse's expression changed wildly. It was because this bloodkin actually did not revive. He did not have time to think too much, immediately joining the other people's battles. This scene was still happening in every corner of the battlefield. One sharp arrow after another shot out. Blood race powerhouses fell down one by one. In the wake of the sudden appearance of Yi Yuan 5 people, the originally defeated Heaven One army actually re-established superiority. All at once, the human army counterattacked the other party, killing until the blood race's army was utterly routed. In a short dozen overbreaths of time, Yi Yuan 5 people directly shot hundreds of blood race powerhouses to death. This was true death. Those blood race powerhouses actually did not revive. Chapter 2809, Apology. Chapter 2809, Apology. It's actually Yi Yuan they all. What powerful arrows, to actually be able to inhibit the blood race's revival. How did he do it? The significance of this is too far-reaching. It might affect the entire war. Previously, everyone all said that he was talking big to impress people. Sigh, we really had eyes but couldn't see. Turns out that what he said was all true. When Heaven One Army saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. It was naturally impossible for ordinary arrows to accomplish it. They guessed that this might very likely be because Yi Yuan dipped something on the arrows. This truly held extraordinary significance. Once this kind of method could be used on a large scale, it could absolutely reverse the war between Heaven One continent and the blood race. Meanwhile, the powerhouses on the blood race side were all incomparably alarmed and terrified. A few people dying was irrelevant to the blood race. But this kind of major killing tool was simply lethal to them. The ability that they relied on to roam the heavens unobstructed was actually being restrained. If this kind of weapon appeared on the battlefield, the degree of impact could be imagined. When Luo Chuan, who was in a fierce battle presently, saw Yi Yuan, his pupils could not help constricting. Previously, Yi Yuan breaking through the defensive life and sending news back to the Heaven One continent already gave him a huge shock. But that shock was far from comparable to the scene before his eyes. Zhong Yu, Zhu Hai, Chun Si, the three of you go and kill boy. Absolutely can't allow him to live. Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice. Zhong Yu gave a cold cry, immediately leaving behind the Song Miao who was opposite of him, and charged toward Yi Yuan. Three great true sovereign heavens pounced toward Yi Yuan at the same time. The corrupted blood within Song Miao's body was currently boiling. He was already on the verge of death to begin with. Zhong Yu actually abandoned him at the crucial moment and gave him a lease of life. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Miao directly withdrew from the battlefield. Retreat! Yi Yuan turned around and ran without another word. Facing three great upper true sovereign heavens, he stood no chance at all. His goal had already been achieved. There was no need to continue staying anymore. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance gave the blood race a huge shock. The human race side also won a fleeting opportunity to catch their breath. However, it was nothing more than that. It was impossible to turn things around. Therefore, they had to retreat now. The battle to destroy the spatial Pa-S Sageway this time, the Heaven One army had clearly already lost due to the eruption of corrupt blood. Yi Yuan warned them previously, but N.O. body took it seriously and only treated it as Yi Yuan talking big to impress people. In the end, they burned themselves. The thing that Yi Yuan smeared on the arrowheads was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses. It was refined with 81 kinds of precious grade 5 heavenly medicines, and named Blood Suppression Morning Sunday. The hardest thing to come by in this Blood Suppression Morning Sun was not these 81 types of grade 5 heavenly medicines, but it was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses. It was common knowledge that as long as the blood race had one drop of blood essence surviving, it could be reborn from a drop of blood. This ability could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. Normally, wanting to obtain the blood essence of bloodkin was simply impossible. Because if you wanted to kill them, you had to completely wipe them out. However, Yi Yuan ambushed hundreds of bloodkin in the fog. Back then, he held a trick in reserve. When he eliminated the bloodkin, he attempted to use his Dao sword to suppress. In the end, he discovered that the blood race's blood essence indeed could not revive anymore. Yi Yuan's Dao sword had been tempered by heavenly Dao, it could suppress all things. The blood race's blood essence was actually unable to revive under the suppression of the Dao sword. But even so, Yi Yuan only obtained extremely little blood essence. It was also by relying on the advantage in timing, geographical, and human conditions back then. Otherwise, even if it was Yi Yuan, it would be difficult to collect these blood essences too. These blood essence could only be used in medicine after 100 times of Yi Yuan's refinement. Yi Yuan made haste without resting and only created several hundred arrows. Yi Yuan arrived quickly and left even faster. Not waiting for the three great true sovereign heavens to carry out an encirclement, he already made his getaway. This great battle actually ended just like that in the end. Of course, the Heaven One army suffered massive losses. The army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens actually had more than 10,000 casualties. Another large batch of powerhouses was inflicted by corrupt blood energy. And this was still under the situation where Yi Yuan arrived in time to suppress the blood race. If not for Yi Yuan, this battle's losses would be even greater, and they could even have been completely wiped out. The consequences of the corrupt blood energy erupting was seriously too severe. Outside of Northern View City, Song Miao stood in the air, his complexion deathly pale. At this time, the corrupt blood energy had already spread across half the blood in his body, and it was incomparably agonizing. However, he did not cry out in pain at all. He just kept looking at the horizon. Suddenly, a figure cut across the horizon and came towards this side. Song Mia's face revealed a look of great joy. Yi Yuan returned safely. Seeing Song Miao, Yi Yuan was a little surprised. At this time, he should be nursing his injuries in the city. Senior Song, why are you here? Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan. Suddenly, he lowered his body and knelt down, saying, Song Miao had eyes but couldn't see. Song Miao blamed Brother Yi wrongly and also caused this great battle's defeat. This Song apologizes to you in front of everybody today. Him kneeling caused a great sensation in the entire city. An exalted upper true sovereign heaven, Northern View City's city lord, actually knelt down and apologized to a junior. The powerhouses in the city had been guessing all along on what city lord Song Miao would be doing. They did not expect that he was actually specifically waiting for Yi Yuan to return, to kneel down and apologize to him. While those people who ridiculed Yi Yuan before, all lowered their heads in shame at this time. Song Miao really did not have scornful words or jeers back then. Rather, it was them who made extremely nasty remarks. As for Dao Chen, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. He used his authority from being from the extreme medicine sect to suppress Yi Yuan's opinion, and he even mocked him to the best of his ability. As a result, it caused this miserable defeat. Yi Yuan was also stunned by Song Miao's action. Song Miao doing this sort of action, it could be seen how regretful and how ashamed he was in his heart at this time. This person had a great breadth of mind. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Song Miao up and said, Why is Senior Song going so far? You're this Ye's savior. This is killing Yi. Song Miao said ashamedly, If back then this song gave Brother Yi a chance to prove yourself, maybe I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake. He knew that when Yi Yuan was seeking his opinion back then, it was actually hoping for him to come forward and speak up. He ignored that look which asked for help. Yi Yuan was merely a foreigner. His words carried little weight. Facing the extreme medicine sect, this kind of colossal Titan body would believe his words at all. Therefore, all explanations were futile. Hence, Yi Yuan chose silence. However, he did not bear any hatred. Instead, he refined those powerful arrows that very same night and reversed the war situation. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Senior Song, now isn't the time to say this. Your corrupt blood energy has already erupted all round. It will be too late if we don't treat it in time. Song Miao said, This Song's wretched life isn't worth mentioning. If I die, so be it. But, if I don't apologize to you, even if this Song dies, I'll find it hard to close my eyes. Yi Yuan said, Does Senior Song trust me? Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan and nodded his head seriously. Yi Yuan said, This blood race's corrupt blood might not be without a genuine method of cure. Chapter 2810. Emperor. Chapter 2810. Emperor. When Song Miao heard that, his entire body shook. He already harbored the will to die and no longer held any fantasies at all. He just wanted to repent to Yi Yuan for the mistake that he had committed before he died. But now Yi Yuan told him that he did not need to die anymore. Is this true? Song Miao was agitated until his entire body was trembling. It was for him and also for everyone who was inflicted with corrupt blood. The blood race's corrupt blood was extremely powerful. A moment of carelessness in battle, and one would fall victim to it. Especially in this kind of great decisive battle, it was even easier to suck. UMB. The majority of the powerhouses from all races did not die on the battlefield but died under the corrupt blood. If Yi Yuan was really able to treat corrupt blood, that would really be the greatest good. This significance did not pale in the slightest to inventing the method to inhibit the blood race's revival. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I already have some leads, but I still need some time. However, before this, I can help you suppress the spread of corrupt blood power. Actually, Yi Yuan had long already begun his research into the blood race in the fog. This powerful race made him burn with eagerness. Yi Yuan discovered that the blood race's blood was indeed incredibly powerful and was a one-of-a-kind thing. Especially the blood essence of the blood race. Not only could they revive from a drop of blood, but it was also an excellent material for refining heavenly pills. It was just that the blood essence of the blood race was too difficult to obtain. He originally planned on diving into research, who knew that this incident occurred, completely depleting the blood essence that he had gathered painstakingly. However, Yi Yuan already had some understanding of some characteristics of the blood race's blood. Corrupt blood power was merely one of them. Song Miao said spiritedly, if younger brother Yi can really resolve the corrupt blood, then you would really be the #1 hero in the world. If it was before, he naturally would not take Yi Yuan's words seriously. But now, he believed it without a shadow of a doubt. Yi Yuan exposed the huge flaw in the extreme medicine sex treatment method with a word previously. Furthermore, this had already been verified by facts. Suddenly, the void trembled and a figure emerged. Song Miao's expression changed, and he gave a bow and said, Lord Ming-Yi. The arrival was a half-step Emperor Realm superpowerhouse and also the Heaven One Army's highest commander. Ming-Yi nodded slightly and said, Emperor Dan Fei wants to meet this little brother. Seeing Yi Yuan's confusion, Song Miao said, Emperor Dan Fei is presently the Northern Front's strongest person, an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm mighty expert. He probably wants to meet you because of those arrows. Emperor Realm's 3 heavens, Emperor Cloud Heaven, Emperor Vast Heaven, Emperor Sakra Heaven. Different from Sovereign Realm powerhouses, Emperor Realm powerhouses were powerhouses who truly transcended worldliness, their strength being unimaginable. In the battle previously, one should not look at how the Saint Sovereign Heavens and True Sovereign Heavens from both sides were fighting with a huge commotion. The real fights happened between Emperor Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it and said with a nod, Come on then. Ming-Yi flicked his sleeves grandly, and Yi Yuan had no command over himself, disappearing from where he originally was. Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly. Was this the strength of Emperor Realm? This Ming-Yi was not Emperor Realm yet, but his control over SPAC was already strong to the degree that it made people's hair stand on end. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived in a garden. An old man in COA.RS. cloth was currently watering flowers. Lord Emperor Yi Yuan is here. Ming-Yi said respectfully. In front of this person, Ming-Yi, this half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse, was humble to the extreme. Yi Yuan sized this old man up and discovered that he actually could not see him vividly. He was clearly standing right there, but it was like he had fused into one with the surrounding garden. It was as if where he was standing was a world on its own. Emperor Dan Fei looked at Yi Yuan and said with a nod, sharp edge revealing itself, sword intense soaring to the sky, a peerless good sword. No wonder it isn't tolerated by heavenly Tao. Young friend, I hope that you can achieve hegemon one day. Yi Yuan could feel that the other party's gaze seemed to penetrate his physical body, looking at the Tao sword in the depths of his body. He did not have the slightest secrets in front of this old man. Of course, apart from me Tian. This guy was once a hegemon realm overlord. Wanting to pry into him, Emperor realm was not enough. By the side, Ming Yi's pupils constricted too. He had never seen before Lord Emperor have such a high appraisal of a junior. Hegemon. This was the 33 heavens' paramount strength, the overlords above Emperor realm. Wanting to reach this realm was virtually impossible. Just talking about grand bright jade complete heaven, it was boundlessly vast, the cultivators unable to be counted. But attaining hegemon this sort of words, there was really no one who dared to say it. Even Emperor Dan Fei, this kind of terrifying existence, did not dare to have the slightest excessive expectation for hegemon realm too. But he gave Yi Yuan this kind of appraisal. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said, Lord Emperor is too kind. Hegemon realm is too far away, Yi Yuan had better be down to earth. Dan Fei smiled and said, a tough will, firm Tao heart, a good sapling. You should know why this old man is looking for you, right? Sai Yuan nodded and said, it's for those arrows. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Lord Emperor. This kind of method can't be used on a large scale. I can only suppress a few hundred drops when suppressing the blood race's blood essence with Tao sword. Furthermore, the conditions to obtain the blood race's blood essence is too harsh. It can only be left up to fate. Dan Fei was not too surprised. He just let out a long sigh and said, as expected, the reason why the blood race is difficult to deal with is precisely because it's hard to obtain their blood essence. The extreme medicine sect has attempted many times and couldn't do it either eradicate or let them revive. Your Tao sword is actually able to suppress the blood race's blood essence and make them unable to revive, indeed formidable. It was not that Heaven One powerhouses did not think of studying methods to target the blood race before. But, to research, one must obtain the blood race's blood essence. Yet this was the hardest part. Killing a bloodkin was easy. But wanting to obtain blood race blood essence was as hard as ascending to heaven. It was just that Dan Fei did not expect that something that N.O. body had ever done before. Yi Yuan actually did it. Yi Yuan's Tao sword had experienced the tempering of Tao tribulation and absorbed large ties of heavenly Tao's power. One could say that his Tao sword held heaven's might. No matter how strong the blood race's blood essence was, it also found it hard to take a single step under heaven's might. Divergent cultivators indeed had very formidable strength, but there was no one like Yi Yuan at all, using their lifeblood Tao sword to meet the Tao tribulations each time. This kind of thing was no different from seeking death. They did not have the attributes of heaven's might, so they were naturally unable to suppress the blood race's blood essence too. Ming Yi, who was by the side, was also shocked when he heard it. This boy was extraordinary. This kind of ability was what even hegemon realm powerhouses did not have. Of course, it was far too difficult to want to kill the blood race's hegemon realms. Originally, he still had a high and mighty attitude towards Yi Yuan. But now it was completely gone. How could a character that even Emperor Dan Fei had praised repeatedly be of the common sort? Yi Yuan nodded and said, during this period of time, I've been constantly studying the blood race's blood essence. This is indeed a rarely seen treasure of the world. Even those natural treasures are greatly inferior. Originally, I planned on devoting myself to studying it. I didn't expect that I'd completely exhausted all the blood race blood essence that I've accumulated before. Chapter 28:11. Xuanji 9 Leaves. Chapter 28:11. Xuanji 9 leaves, Brother Yi, you're back. Brother Yi, this battle was all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back. It was all us who were blind previously. Be magnanimous and don't take offense at us. When Yi Yuan appeared in the Northern View City's army base, there was immediately a commotion. When those Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers saw Yi Yuan, they came up to say H-E-L. Lo one after another. Comment among them, there were many people who were mocking Yi Yuan on that day. At this time, they were regretting it immensely. This time, if not for Yi Yuan, most likely only a handful of them would have been able to return. In fact, Northern View City might have directly been steamrolled by the blood race. A rout was like a landslide. It was not to be made a joke. Yi Yuan did not put on airs either, responding with smiles one by one. When these Saint Sovereign Heavens saw this, they were even more ashamed. Yi Yuan really had a mind as open as a valley. Be Brother Yi. Zhao Qin saw Yi Yuan, the look of embarrassment on his face becoming even stronger. Before the great battle, his words were the nastiest. But now, his face was slapped resoundingly. When he saw Yi Yuan, there was naturally indescribable embarrassment. You, isn't this Centurion Zhao? Our master Yi is merely a foreigner. How can we dare call you our brother? When Big Yellow saw Zhao Chen, his anger flared up and he immediately jeered. Zhao Chen's expression immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. With regards to this, Yi Yuan did not say anything either. Back then, Zhao Chen's words were indeed very nasty. His contempt for him was not only expressed in words, but also on the face. Zhao Chen clearly looked down on Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigners, especially when Yi Yuan got involved with the extreme medicine sect. That sort of contempt was impossible to hide. In reality, those who had this kind of notion were not in the minority. It was also that it was currently wartime. Normally, the status of Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigner, would be very low in Heaven One continent. Just like in the Rain-Clear continent, the native forces discriminated against ascenders. Yi Yuan did not know to make trouble, but it did not mean that he was submissive. Suddenly, Zhao Qin directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud and said, Master Yi, it was all my fault previously. I know that you have great abilities. You must have the means to save my men. They're inflicted with the blood corruption poison. I beg you to save them. In each great battle, those who got inflicted with blood corruption poison were not in the minority. Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven, was poisoned by the blood corruption poison, let alone these Saint Sovereign Heavens. Zhao Chen's men originally had many who were inflicted with blood corruption poison. In this battle, the blood corruption poison erupted all round. His men suffered heavy casualties. Over 70% of these remaining people were inflicted with blood corruption poison. If these people all died, he would practically become a lone general without an army. Of course, although Zhao Qin, this person, was very mean to Yi Yuan and looked down on Yi Yuan's background, he treated his men as his own brothers. For the sake of these subordinates, he would rather put aside his dignity and kneel down to Yi Yuan. Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven powerhouse, knelt down. What was wrong with him, this measly little centurion, kneeling? But Big Yellow did not buy it and said with a cold smile, You, Lord Zhao, don't do this. Master Yi is merely someone with half-baked knowledge. The extreme medicine sect is the authority. Did you find the wrong person? You should be going to find the extreme medicine sect. By the side, Dao Qin wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. He was sent over to learn from Yi Yuan. Along with him, there were also dozens of Grade 5 and Grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Close to 100 military doctors were deployed to Heaven One Army. These military doctors were mainly from the extreme medicine sect. In fact, Dao Qin was a distinguished talent among them. Before this, he was a highly respected extreme medicine sect disciple. But, after this battle, his status completely changed. The current Dao Chen was like a big villain who had harmed nearly 10,000 troops. It was them who did not listen to Yi Yuan's words, resulting in this great defeat. If not for the extreme medicine sect pledging in all solemnity, even if those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison did not take part in the fights, this war would not have been defeated so thoroughly too. In this battle, those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison were like time bombs lying in ambush on their side, blowing up and injuring all of them at once. When Zhao Chen heard, he clenched his jaws tightly and suddenly kowtowed to Yi Yuan fiercely. Dong! 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 Each sound struck everyone's heart. Master Yi, this Zhao acted like a stuck-up SN. Oh, but my brothers are all good men. As long as you can save them, this Zhao is willing to pay it off with death. Zhao Qin wept tearfully as he kowtowed. All around, many people shed silent tears. In this battle, many of their companions died on the battlefield. The former fellow officers were no more together. But no one dared to step forward to speak up for Zhao Qin. It was because they were indeed too unfair to Yi Yuan previously. Someone who made great contributions came to their army and said something that could turn the tide. But in the end, he was looked down upon by everyone. If it were them, they would not be able to stand it too. Goodwill being taken for granted was probably like this. Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his hand and patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder twice and said, "All right, take me to go take a look at your subordinates." Zhao Chen's entire body shook, and he kowtowed a few more times agitatedly and said, "Thank you so much, Master Yi. Thank you so much, Master Yi." When Yi Yuan saw Zhao Chen's men, he could not refrain from furrowing his brows too. Too awful. Some people's blood corruption poison was extremely deep, their entire person being already riddled full of holes, looking extremely hideous. A foul smell greeted the nose. Weak groaning sounds filled the tent. Blood corruption poison was extremely terrifying. Even the final outcome of Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven powerhouse, was no better than these Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers. Not only could this corrupt blood affect one's blood, but it could also even corrode the origin divinity, and there was virtually no cure. The only thing that could resist it was just true spirit bloodline. Therefore, after the extreme medicine sect's suppression method was devised, it was a great boon to the Heaven One army. As for the words of Yi Yuan, this kind of minor character, they naturally could not take it in. It was not that Yi Yuan was even more impressive than the extreme medicine sect, this hegemon-level Holy Land, but that even a clever wife could not cook a meal without rice. They had fought with the blood race for thousands of years but never obtained a drop of the blood race's blood essence before. Yi Yuan came beside the soldier who was poisoned the deepest and started diagnosing him. Very soon, Yi Yuan's origin divinity traveled a circulatory cycle within his body, and he could not help secretly shaking his head. "And Master Yi, is there still hope for Jiao Yiping?" Zhao Chen asked worriedly. "All the blood in his body has already been corrupted by more than 90%. In at most a few hours, he will definitely die beyond a doubt," Yi Yuan said. Zhao Chen's expression dimmed, blaming himself heavily in his heart. This scene was taken into Yi Yuan's sights, and his impression of Zhao Chen changed a little. This guy looked down on him, this kind of foreigners, but his feelings for his fellow officers were not fake. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Dao Chen and the rest, "You all watch carefully. This needle technique that I'll be performing next is called Xuanji 9 leaves. After you guys learn it, apply the technique on the others. But at present, this needle technique can only temporarily suppress the blood corruption poison. As for whether or not it can really purge the blood corruption poison, I still need to research more." Chapter 28:12 Marvelous Work of Art. Chapter 28:12 Marvelous Work of Art. Xuanji 9 leaves originated from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was a powerful and profound needle technique. The Labyrinth Divine Palace back then was not only powerful in martial strength, But their alchemy Tao was also unparalleled. Disregarding other things, just this 100 herbs il.u.'s trotted handbook was not what ordinary hegemon-level sects could come up with. The various acupuncture techniques inside, poison arts, and other branches of alchemy Tao were all-encompassing and contained everything. When Yi Yuan entered the labyrinth divine palace, he did not care about other books. He only paid the most attention to the alchemy-related book. In the last few decades on the Rain-Clear continent, Yi Yuan's martial arts did not make much progress. He spent a lot of time on these CLA. S6. The Xuanji 9 Leaves was one of them. This acupuncture technique used Xuanji star force as the guide, triggering the resonance of all the heavens, and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Its control over the flow of blood energy was especially unique. That day, after Yi Yuan diagnosed Song Niao's pulse, he had some ideas in his mind. This set of Xuanji 9 Leaves was extremely profound. With Yi Yuan's deep foundation, he spent close to a year's time before he thoroughly grasped this acupuncture technique too. These heavenly alchemists around Yi Yuan, even if they were grade 6 heavenly alchemists, it was also impossible to grasp this acupuncture technique within a short time. What he was executing presently was the acupuncture technique that Yi Yuan created from simplifying off the foundation of the Xuanji 9 Leaves by cutting out the superfluous to specifically target blood corruption power. Yi Yuan knew that the extreme medicine sect's heavenly alchemist's level was still extremely high. Under his guidance, grasping this acupuncture technique within 10 days was still doable. Yi Yuan focused his fingertip. A tiny divine essence needle condensed and forced out. With his current skill, he no longer needed to rely on physical objects. With the Tao sword as the foundation, the divine essence needle that he condensed had an even stronger effect than ordinary needles. Seeing this move, Xiao Shan's pupils could not help constricting. He was the commander of all the military doctors, extreme medicine sect's peak grade 6 heavenly alchemist. But Yi Yuan's move made him ashamed of his inferiority. Unless he had a needle-type Grand Miss treasure, he could not compare to Yi Yuan's ability to condense the divine essence needle. But needle-type Grand Miss treasures were too hard to come by. But the following scene made all the heavenly alchemists even more shocked. When Yi Yuan stabbed with the needle, the stars across the heavens actually produced a resonance. The entire camp seemed to have become a miniature universe. One of the stars was extremely bright. It was precisely the Xuanji star. In Xiao Yiping's meridians, a pale yellow divine essence was swimming around. The meridians that the divine essence traveled were thick and thin, yet extremely fine. In reality, when applying the needles, this kind of situation would not occur. But Yi Yuan did it in order to let these people feel it distinctly. But it was precisely so that the shock of the scene was even stronger. Especially those extreme medicine sect disciples, although they stumbled hard this time, they were still unconvinced in their hearts to follow an outsider to learn acupuncture technique. Many were bottling their thoughts up, wanting to see how impressive Yi Yuan was. Now they saw it. The acupuncture method had 2 sections. One section was on oneself. One section was on the patient. A person would work one's body to call down the power of heavenly Tao, injecting it into the sick body, reversing the universe. Regarding this step, Yi Yuan calling down such powerful stellar power already made them lost in wonder. While in the sick body, the operation of divine essence and application of heavenly Tao power were also complicated to the extreme. But at this time, the meridians in Xiao Yiping's body became incomparably clear. Even those meridians that were tiny until they were invisible to the naked eyes were manifested by Yi Yuan. A marvelous work of art. Marvelous work of art. I didn't expect that acupuncture techniques can actually be used to such a degree. What a formidable acupuncture technique. My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a formidable acupuncture technique either. This level of acupuncture technique can actually be used so transcendently by him, truly G.O.-like. Master. An absolute master. We all, heavenly alchemists' years of living, have been an utter waste. Very soon, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. Yi Yuan used his acupuncture technique and completely conquered this group of proud OCKs. Originally, Dao Chun still had quite a bit of resentment in his heart. Although Yi Yuan hit the mark, he was unconvinced in his heart, feeling that Yi Yuan just caught it by sheer luck. But now, he did not have any temper in his heart at all. What remained was only admiration. Too formidable! Such a wondrous acupuncture technique. He was absolutely unable to execute it. Ace a top figure among the extreme medicine sect's grade 5 heavenly alchemists, Dao Chen's alchemy path strength was not weak. Not only was it not weak, but it could also virtually look down proudly upon his peers. His eyesight was naturally extremely strong. He saw through that this acupuncture technique was after it was simplified. It was not hard for him to learn it. But, wanting to reach Yi Yuan's level, it was impossible to achieve it without 10 years of hard work. And this was just the acupuncture technique post-simplification. But, how much time had Yi Yuan been in contact with the blood race? He could simplify the acupuncture technique and even apply it to such an exaggerated level. It showed that Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique had already reached an ingenious level of application. It could be used freely at will. Convinced, Xiao Shan's gaze had been fixed on the stellar power in the house. Xuanji 9 leaves. It's actually the legendary Xuanji 9 leaves. This acupuncture technique has already been lost for hundreds of thousands of years. Now it actually reappeared in the world. Just what origins does this boy have? Xiao Shan said in shock. Xuanji 9 leaves? Is this acupuncture technique very formidable? Dao Chen wondered. Xiao Shan said, more than just formidable. Legends have it that this acupuncture technique can defy heaven and change fate, bringing the dead back to life. In fact, after grasping this set of acupuncture techniques, one will be invincible at the same rank in martial arts too. Flying needles killing people without making a sound, taking your life as easily as flipping over your hand. Do you think it's amazing or not? With this, everyone was no longer calm. Acupuncture technique was acupuncture technique. It was an aid to alchemy Dao. Now, Xiao Shan actually said that this acupuncture technique was also invincible in the same rank in martial arts. This was too terrifying. It's actually so formidable? My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a fierce acupuncture technique either. How did he obtain it? Dao Chen muttered. Looking at a leopard through a tube and one was to see only one spot. He knew that Xiao Shan was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Although the acupuncture technique that Yi Yuan displayed was not profound, what Yi Yuan displayed was clearly just a very superficial part. This acupuncture technique was indeed extensive and profound. Except, the more formidable this acupuncture technique was, the more depressed Dao Chen was. Yi Yuan was merely born in a remote continent at sea. How could that place possibly have such a formidable acupuncture technique? In fact, even extreme medicine sect, one of the top sects in the world, did not have it. This sort of thing was seriously too fantastical. In the wake of Yi Yuan applying one needle after another, the poisonous sores on Qiao Yiping's body were currently disappearing rapidly. His complexion actually became rosy too. Am actually not dead yet? Qiao Yiping opened his eyes, a little dazed. When Zhao Chen saw this scene, he could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Qiao Yiping's consciousness was originally already blurry. Now he actually regained his senses. Master Yasmin's truly startled heaven and earth and made GODS and ghosts weep. Chapter 28:13. Grandiose ambitions, but puny ability. Chapter 28:13. Grandiose ambitions, but puny ability. You're not dead now, but you're also not far from death. After I applied the acupuncture technique, Your corrupt blood power has been suppressed to 70%. But the consequence of this kind of suppression is that once it erupts again, you'll die even more horribly. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating to scare people. His acupuncture technique could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Actually, there was no essential difference between it and the suppression method of the extreme medicine sect. The only difference was that it was more brilliant than the extreme medicine sect's method. It sounded like there were no differences. But the heavenly alchemists present were long already inexplicably shocked. More than 90% of the corrupted blood was suppressed to 70%. Ever since the war with the blood race, body in the entire grand bright jade complete heaven had done this. Furthermore, Qiao Yiping was inflicted with the blood corruption poison previously and later suppressed by the extreme medicine sect with true spirit blood. Now that it had erupted again, it could be said to be fiercer than a tiger. However, he was still saved by Yi Yuan. They thought that Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique could only control the spread of the corrupted blood. Who could have thought that it could actually directly suppress it back? At this very moment, many of the heavenly alchemists present actually felt ashamed of their unworthiness. Many thanks to Master Yi for helping out. By the side, Zhao Chen said gratefully. Yi Yuan said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank first. Whether or not the method to deal with the blood corruption poison can be found, it is still not known. It won't be too late to thank again after truly resolving this disaster." Zhao Chen shook his head and said, "This Zhao is already endlessly grateful that Master Yi is willing to take action. Qiao Yiping, why haven't you thanked Master Yi?" Qiao Viping hurriedly said, Thank you, Master Yi, for repaying evil with good and saving this Qiao." That day, among the people who mocked Yi Yuan, there was also Qiao Yiping. Hence, when he saw that it was Yi Yuan who came to the rescue, he immediately felt too ashamed to show his face. Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have accepted it. Turning his head to Zhao Chen, he said, "Go and gather the soldiers who are most severely poisoned by the blood corruption poison here." Yes. At this time, Zhao Chen was long already wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan, immediately receiving the order and leaving. Xiao Shan was also exceedingly shocked by Yi Yuan's strength in his heart. But currently, his eyes were flickered indeterminately. He was moved by this heaven-defying acupuncture technique. There were also Dao Qin and many members of the extreme medicine sect who were similarly moved. Very soon, Qiao Yiping was carried away. Another injured person under Zhao Qin was carried in front of Yi Yuan. "Put away those stray thoughts. You guys only have a few days. After this storm, I'll impart you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves," Yi Yuan said to Xiao Shan and the others with his back facing them while he applied the needles. The moment these words came out, Xiao Shan somewhat doubted his own ears. Such a heaven-defying acupuncture technique, Yi Yuan handed it over with both hands just like that? This guy wouldn't be deliberately buying time, right? Just as his thoughts were running wild, Yi Yuan continued slowly, "In times of crisis, one should abandon the idea of sex in the first place. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed a supreme needle technique. But, no matter how strong I alone am, the number of people I can save is limited too. It's better to impart it. Only then can it save even more companions." Hearing these, Xiao Shan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were too shallow, too narrow-minded. Yeah, if Yi Yuan really had some other thoughts, having suffered so much grievance previously, he would not have come forward at all. But not only did he step forward, he even overturned the tides and saved the Heaven One army. Very soon, stellar power lit up once again. After 5 days and 5 nights of treatment, saving dozens of patients in the most critical conditions, Yi Yuan never took a rest. Some of the heavenly alchemists watching from the sides were already drowsy with sleep. When even the person applying the needles did not rest, they were naturally said to rest. Many people secretly cursed Yi Yuan for being a freak. Was he not tired? Acupuncture was a workman's HI+P ability that required extreme meticulousness. In the human body, even the slightest mistake could result in very serious consequences. Therefore, rest was necessary. But 5 days passed, said. Yi Yuan had not made a single mistake. This sort of thing, even Xiao Shan, this true sovereign heaven, could not do it. Finally, Yi Yuan spat out a mouthful of turbid breath and stood up. Learned it? Yi Yuan looked toward Xiao Shan and asked. Xiao Shan nodded and said confidently, 90%. As long as I familiarize for another few days, the remaining 10% will naturally be learned without extra effort. Yi Yuan looked towards Dao Chen and asked, What about you? Dao Chen said, 70%. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Those who feel that they can reach 70%, come forward. After speaking, 10 heavenly alchemists stepped forward in a row. These 10 people were all from the extreme medicine sect. The formula and essentials have all already been imparted to you all. Now you guys apply the needles. However, I'll say the unpleasant things first. Human lives are at stake. How much ability you have, just say how much you have. Don't go beyond your means. Otherwise, you'll be punished by military law. Master Yi, you're also looking down on our extreme medicine sect too much. The extreme medicine sect's disciples, no matter how weak, they can also look down proudly on those in the same rank. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed formidable, but your acupuncture technique isn't difficult. To us, it's sufficient. Dao Chen said Briming with confidence. The disciples of hegemon level sects were absolute elites when looking across all the heavens too. Across the entire 33 heavens, hegemon level sects could be counted too. The pride in their hearts could be imagined. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right then. You guys step forward and apply the needles. With regards to Xiao Shan, these few grade 6 heavenly alchemists, Yi Yuan naturally felt assured. But, toward grade 5 heavenly alchemists he was really quite worried. A doctor's benevolence, not being able to treat was fine. But killing people through treatment would be a big problem. Very soon, Xiao Shan and the others began to apply the needles. Stars illuminated in the camp. Among them, it was Xiao Shan's stellar power that was the strongest. To them, these extreme medicine sect's disciples, the days after the defeat were not easy. Hence, they also urgently needed an opportunity to wash away the shame of the sect. At present, it was clearly a great opportunity. Xiao Shan did his best. His performance was the best. Asa grade 6 heavenly alchemist, his eyesight and learning ability were far from what grade 5 heavenly alchemists could compare to. These 5 days, he had already deduced countless in his mind. In addition, there was the demonstration of Yi Yuan, this master. He was naturally even more confident. The moment a grade 6 heavenly alchemist took action, that was naturally extraordinary. Xiao Shan had the intention of showing off too, so as to restore the reputation of the sect. For a time, the other people's sharp edge was overshadowed by him all at once. Even the stellar power that Yi Yuan called down could not compare to him. Master Xiao Shan is well deserving of being the commander of the military doctors, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. In just 5 short days, he could cultivate this technique to such a boundary, remarkable. Master Dao Chen is also amazing. He's just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. His future prospects are limitless. The extreme medicine sect is the extreme medicine sect. This deep foundation is incomparable. The moment the extreme medicine sect's disciples made their moves, it immediately attracted a burst of exclamations. Not just Xiao Shan, the technique of the other extreme medicine sect's disciples also made people exclaim with admiration. But, seeing Xiao Shan applying the needles, Yi Yuan's expression became odd. 90%? Was boasting done like this? Or did the extreme medicine sect's people all have such grandiose ambitions but puny abilities? Chapter 28:14 Battle of Doctors. Chapter 28:14 Battle of Doctors. In Yi Yuan's eyes, Xiao Shan's current technique was at most considered a PA-S. 60%. This guy actually bragged that he reached 90%? As for the others, only Dao Chen was slightly better, barely reaching 50%. The rest did not even reach 50%. Yi Yuan could not help but have some doubts. Were these guys really from a hegemon-level sect? This needle technique was indeed born out of the Xuanji 9 leaf. But simplicity was not simple. Yi Yuan's Xuanji 9 leaves had long already attained sublimity, completely under his control. Pray tell, could the acupuncture technique that he developed really be simple? If it was simple, it would also be impossible to forcibly suppress the berserk blood corruption poison. Xiao Shan's momentum looked very powerful, but he did not comprehend the essence of his acupuncture technique at all, even though he had already repeatedly emphasized it. Yi Yuan could not help sighing. It seemed like he still thought too highly of the disciples of these hegemon-level Holy Land. He was actually like everyone else, blindly trusting these sections. He had already taught by precept and example. The rest could only depend on these people's own comprehensions. But looking at it now, it seemed like it did not go as he wanted. Although the current techniques of Xiao Shan and the others were still a little unfamiliar, even if they become proficient, it would be impossible to truly reach his level 2. Many of those heavenly alchemists were secretly watching Yi Yuan's expression. Seeing Yi Yuan secretly shake his head, these people could not help feeling unhappy. It seemed like Master Yi was a narrow-minded person too, and could not stand to see other people get good. Poor. Suddenly, one of the patients started twitching and directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. His aura was rapidly wilting. The people present could not help jumping in fright. It was still fine just now. What happened? Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he arrived in front of that person like lightning. Scram! He kicked that extreme medicine sect disciple flying with a foot, the divine essence needles in his hand penetrating into the patient's body swiftly. Along with one divine essence needle after another being injected, that person's blood corruption poison was finally forcefully suppressed by Yi Yuan. Except, the effect of the treatment was much poorer. Yi Yuan shot that person who was kicked flying by him fiercely and shouted coldly, "Told you guys just now how much ability you have, just say how much. Don't show off your ability. With your bit of skill, you also dare to come out and apply the needles?" In Yi Yuan's view, as a heavenly alchemist, one could not do anything that they were not confident of. Clearly did not have the ability but wanted to attempt it. This was harming people. This sort of thing, Yi Yuan could not stand it. The person who was kicked flying was called Zhang Xiu, who was also an elite disciple of the extreme medicine sect. Being berated by Yi Yuan, Zhang Xiu said indignantly, "It's my first time applying the needles after all. How can I have absolute confidence? You're clearly holding a grudge against what happened before and using your position to get even with your personal grudge." The extreme medicine sect's disciples were extremely prideful. If not for the blow due to the incident this time, their arrogance could poke a hole in the sky. In his view, being able to reach this step for the first time was already very impressive. Actually, he was just on the cusp of being able and not being able to do it. But, for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's face, he still stepped forward without hesitation. It was just that he did not expect that he still messed it up in the end. When Yi Yuan heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "You mean that because it's the first time you're applying the needles, you can treat the brothers' lives as a joke? If he died, he deserves it?" Zhang Xiu's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "I didn't say that. You're making slanderous charges. Surnamed Yi, let me tell you, my extreme medicine sect's disciples aren't easy to bully." Xiao Shan had already finished applying the needles, but his brows furrowed together. He knew that he had bragged too hard. Just now, he pledged in all solemnity that he had already comprehended 90%. While he had completed the treatment, the effects of his treatment were much worse than Yi Yuan's. Probably did not even reach half. He was a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. How could he not know the gap in between? Logically speaking, if he had comprehended 80%, the effects should naturally also be 90% of Yi Yuan's. But now it was not even half. He was fully focused just now and did not notice the rest. But now, seeing Yi Yuan getting mad at Zhang Xiu, he figured out the whole story and said with a frown, "Yi Yuan, I'll apologize on behalf of Zhang Xiu for this matter. First time applying the needles, mistakes occurring is inevitable." When Yi Yuan heard it, he was even more enraged and said with a cold smile, "Ho, you want to brush this over casually with a sentence?" Previously, when using the true spirit blood to suppress the blood corruption poison, it was like this. Now, when I teach you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves, it's still the same. Are human lives worthless in your eyes? Doctors are not martial artists. One would rather not take action if they don't have the confidence. I clearly said before previously. Don't step forward if you don't have the confidence. But you all? You didn't care at all and had to come forward to flaunt your superiority. Disregarding this guy, the others are also all lumps of SHI plus T when applying the needles. Actually, it could not be said that Yi Yuan did not have anger in his heart for what happened before. The extreme medicine sect's attitude towards this sort of thing was completely different from him. Changing perspectives, if someone questioned his proposal at that time, he would definitely go and ascertain it. But these people did not take other people's opinions in at all. If say that his words carried little weight at that time, then what about now? He had already proved his strength, they saw it too, but they were still like this. Yi Yuan's dissatisfaction with these people also reached its peak. Therefore, his words were very nasty too. Xiao Shan's eyes could not help turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Zhang Xiu is the extreme medicine sect's disciple after all. What do you want?" These words were using the extreme medicine sect to oppress people. The extreme medicine sect had a pivotal status in the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and the Heaven One War. A measly little Yi Yuan was insignificant like an ant in front of such a colossal giant. Yi Yuan laughed from extreme rage and said, "I said before previously, punishment by military law. It looks like you guys treated it like water rolling off a duck's back." Zhang Xiu did not care about these words at all and said disdainfully, "What a joke! How many people have my extreme medicine sects saved in this war? How many great achievements have been made? Now, you actually want to punish me with military law?" Xiao Shan also said in a cold voice, "And oh, body can touch my extreme medicine sect's people." It became dangerously explosively inside the tent. Each and every one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples turned their noses up at Yi Yuan. Their haughtiness would not change because of Yi Yuan's monstrous performance. When a conflict happened, their contempt for Yi Yuan was no less. No matter how monstrous, he was also just an ant. In front of the extreme medicine sect, he was nothing. Suddenly, Yi Yuan restrained his imposing aura, turned around and came to the patient's side, and began to administer needles. This person had needles administered by one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples previously. The effects barely managed to suppress the blood corruption poison. Furthermore, it was very unstable. Yi Yuan saved the life of the seemingly hopeless patient again off of his foundation. He did not say a word, retreating these soldiers anew, including Xiao Shan's. When Zhang Xiu saw this scene, he could not help but snicker. He said disdainfully, "I was wondering how impressive great genius Yi was, but it turns out that it's nothing more than this." Chapter 28:15 Winning Sincerity with Sincerity. Chapter 28:15 Winning Sincerity with Sincerity. He still yielded in the end. There's no choice. Who made the extreme medicine sect to be so powerful? In our Heaven One army, only the extreme medicine sect are experts in alchemy. Even if one reaches the hegemon realm, they have to give them face too. Otherwise, this war can't be fought anymore. However, I feel that it's still Master Yi who's sympathetic to us, these common people. A doctor's benevolence. Master Yi is really thinking about us. Think so too, but an arm can't twist a thigh. He can't help it as well. Yi Yuan's rage naturally aroused the strong dislike of the extreme medicine sect's disciples. But those ordinary soldiers felt that it was very intimate. Saint's sovereign heaven, when placed on the rain-clear continent, was an absolute overlord. But, in this entire grand bright jade complete heaven, they were barely qualified to be cannon fodders. In this war, they were even more so cannon fodder-like existences. To those powerhouses, their lives were completely worthless. Even in the eyes of these top major sect's disciples, their lives were worthless too. If they died, so be it. Being able to contribute to the Heaven One army, that was their honor. This could be felt from Zhang Xiu's words. But Yi Yuan's way of doing things gave them dignity. They were grateful to Yi Yuan in their hearts, but facing a behemoth like the extreme medicine sect, they were powerless to do anything too. Very soon, Yi Yuan treated those 10 people. Xiao Shan said, Yi Yuan, you've indeed rendered 2 great contributions, but compared to my extreme medicine sect, you're still too insignificant. Our extreme medicine sect is supporting the entire Heaven One continent. Do you understand? Dao Qin also smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, you have to understand your status. You're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Our extreme medicine sect isn't an existence that you can afford to provoke. These words were rather impolite already. A kind person gets bullied, a kind horse gets ridden. Yi Yuan giving in made Dao Qin and the rest even more proud of themselves. The Heaven One Army's heavenly alchemist system and the extreme medicine sect established their own systems. Other heavenly alchemists did not dare to fight at all. Those heavenly alchemists that were from the extreme medicine sect also regarded themselves as superior to others. Actually, the extreme medicine sect had committed a fatal error in this war. But Body dared to raise it up and punish them to teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked toward Dao Qin, and said, Oh? In this army one needs to talk about status too? Isn't it, military orders can't be disobeyed? Dao Qin said disdainfully, In the army, military orders naturally can't be disobeyed. But who the hell are you? You're merely a foreigner from a remote continent. You don't even have status. You aren't a member of the army at all. You're actually giving orders here. How laughable. Haha, you said punish by military law, and will punish by military law? Do you think that you're Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi? A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist giving orders here. Who gave you the authority? Zhang Xiu said with a loud laugh. What was called overestimating one's own ability? This is called overestimating one's own ability. In the view of the extreme medicine sect's people, Yi Yuan's posturing action was really laughable. In the heavenly alchemist system, no one dared to posture in front of the extreme medicine sect yet. Zhao Qin was very anxious by the side. With regards to Yi Yuan, he already held him in great esteem. He could feel that Yi Yuan sincerely had the best interests at heart for his brothers. Otherwise, he could have long let the extreme medicine sect's disciples administer the needles. But he did not. Yi Yuan set an example by personally taking part, taking great pains to demonstrate the Xuanji 9 leave. It was for the sake of letting these extreme medicine sect disciples learn a little faster. Even so, he was still worried and planned on letting these people administer the needles in batches. Reality also proved that Yi Yuan was right. Zhao Qin also could not deny that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar of the Heaven One continent. But they did not have any shown towards ordinary soldiers at all. In fact, many times they were just test subjects. Now, seeing the extreme medicine sect's disciples target Yi Yuan together, he could not look on any more and spoke up, Master Yi saved our lives. He's our brother and naturally a part of the army. Right. Master Yi saved heaven one continent and saved all of our lives. Now, he's helping us suppress the blood corruption poison. He's our brother. What Centurion Zhao said is right. He's our brother. The moment Zhao Chen opened his mouth, there were immediately many people who concurred. Sincerity was often won with sincerity in the army. If you were good to him, he would know. Furthermore, the feelings between fellow officers tend to be even more sincere. These few days, Yi Yuan administered the needles day and night without sleeping or resting. In the hearts of these ordinary soldiers, they had long already treated Yi Yuan as a brother. There were probably hundreds of soldiers present. When they spoke up simultaneously, it directly pushed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to the corner of the wall. Including Xiao Shan, each and every one of their faces was awkward to the extreme. This face was slapped resoundingly. Zhao Chen, are you rebelling? Dao Chen shouted angrily. Zhang Xiu also questioned, Yi Yuan saved your lives, but didn't my extreme medicine sect save your lives? Zhao Chen said, the extreme medicine sect has naturally saved our lives before, but you didn't. Not only didn't you guys save us before, you nearly caused the Northern Front Army to completely collapse. Zhao Chen's one sentence directly cornered the extreme medicine sect again. They were unable to refute. It was because this was a fact. Dao Chen laughed from extreme fury and said, Ho-hu, Zhao Chen grew capable, huh? Have you forgotten how you sucked up to us back then? Have you forgotten how you reproved Yi Yuan? Zhao Chen said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, what you said is right. Back then, we believed in the extreme medicine sect too much, resulting in today's disastrous consequences. The initially over 300 men under me are only left with 100 men now. Among these 100 men, there are even 70% who are afflicted with blood corruption poison. If not for Master Yi, it would have been impossible for the 100 of us to return. Even if we returned, at most 20 to 30 of these 100 people can remain. The moment these words came out, the ordinary soldiers nodded one after another. Zhao Chen's current mood, they felt the same way too. For some centurions, the men under them were pretty much all dead. But the expressions of Dao Chen and the rest became ugly to the extreme. One should not hit the face when hitting people, but this face was really slapped resoundingly now. No one had ever dared to slap the extreme medicine sect's face like this before. Did these guys all eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Xiao Shan's face darkened and he said, Come men. Zhao Chen is misleading people with rumors, slandering the extreme medicine sect. Take Zhao Chen down for me and punish by military law. Immediately, 2 attendant soldiers beside him stepped out of the ranks and immediately escorted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was clearly long prepared and did not resist. He was not a fool. Xiao Shan was a true sovereign heaven powerhouse, a commander of the Northern Front Army. When he came forward at this time and spoke up for Yi Yuan, he would definitely be retaliated against. But he felt that he should come forward at this time. Just as the attendant soldier was going to drag Zhao Chen away, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, Stop. Xiao Shan looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, You're not a member of the army. Could it be that you still want to interfere in our army's affairs? Yi Yuan was indifferent and flashed a plaque, saying coolly, What did you say just now? Say it again. Chapter 28:16. Drag outside, kill. Chapter 28:16. Drag outside, kill. Seeing the token that Yi Yuan flashed, Xiao Shan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Great Commander Token, how do you have this? Xiao Shan said in shock. Although Xiao Shan was questioning it, the Yi word engraved on the token, as well as the unique aura emitting from the token, could not be fake. Regarding the Northern Front Army, not counting Emperor-level powerhouses, the highest commander was Ming Yi, this commander-in-chief. and below him were the 5 grand completion true sovereign heaven great commanders below great commanders. True sovereign heaven powerhouses were all commander level. Each person had a corresponding token. Now Yi Yuan actually took out a great commander token. The shock in Xiao Shan's heart could be imagined. There were only 5 of these tokens. Furthermore, their holders were all grand completion true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Where did Yi Yuan get it? Emperor Dan Fei conferred the Great Commander token and let me lead the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Commander Xiao, I wonder if this Yi has the authority to meddle in this army's affairs? Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Shan and said it word by word. Everyone present was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan's pupils constricted, having a look of astonishment in his eyes. This great commander token was actually personally bestowed by Emperor Dan Fei. Emperor Dan Fei was the supreme commander of the northern battlefront in the truest sense. Normally, his movements and traces were elusive and secretive. The Saint Sovereign Heaven Army's battles were actually on the outer periphery too. The true core regions were the great battles of these emperor-level powerhouses. That level of fight could be said to startle heaven and shock the earth. Logically speaking, Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi himself already had the qualifications to confer Great Commander. But the Heavenly Alchemist Division did not have a Great Commander. It had always been Xiao Shan in charge of it. Xiao Shan's strength was lacking, and he could not be a Great Commander either. But who could have thought that Emperor Dan Fei actually personally intervened in the affairs of the army and bestowed the Great Commander token upon Yi Yuan? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan directly became his, Xiao Shan's, superior? This sort of thing was too comical. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually became the immediate superior of him, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist? But, something that Emperor Dan Fei personally concerned himself with, who could refute it? The likes of Xiao Shan and Dao Chun had always been calling Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tie into question before. Now it was good. Not only did Yi Yuan become a member of the army, but he also even became the great commander of the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Could he not meddle? He could meddle too well. The Heavenly Alchemist Division's great commander was just nice in charge of all the heavenly alchemists present, including Xiao Shan. It was unbelievably appropriate. Actually, Xiao Shan's arrest of Zhao Qin was somewhat unjustifiable. After all, Zhao Qin was not his direct subordinate. But the extreme medicine sect's disciples were used to normally being domineering. Coupled with Xiao Shan's status as commander, he was the Heavenly Alchemist Division's great commander in practice. Even Zhao Qin's superiors would not intercede for him too. But now, things were different. If Commander Xiao has any doubts, you can go and ask Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi. Yi Yuan said coolly. No need. This token can't be faked. Xiao Shan said in a solemn voice. He had never felt so aggrieved before. As one of the extreme medicine sect's grade 6 heavenly alchemists, his status in the army was extremely respected. Even true sovereign heaven powerhouses had to beg him for help too. But now, he was actually being suppressed by a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How could he not be gloomy? Yi Yuan naturally did not care about Xiao Shan's attitude. He said lightly, Then can this great commander meddle in the army's affairs? You can. Xiao Shan said in a fled voice. But these words were like a clap of thunder when they landed in Zhang Xiu's ears, instantly stunning him. What was the meaning of this? Not caring about him anymore? That Yi Yuan was summing a new official post, he would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Yi Yuan said coolly, Since I can meddle, then this great commander will say a few more words here. In this army, the brothers with sects and factions are probably not in the minority. The hegemon-level sects in this Heaven One continent are also not just your extreme medicine sect alone. The extreme medicine sect has indeed rendered great contributions in resisting the blood race, but which of the brothers fighting on the battlefield doesn't have credit? The other hegemon-level sects have no credit? Or is it that the saint sovereign heavens that came from hegemon-level sects have a higher status than those small sects? If that's the case, our side has already established factions. How will this war still be fought? After entering the army, everyone is a fellow officer brother. Heavenly alchemists are a member of the army too. Everyone has parents and were raised by them. Who's more valuable than others? You're a saint sovereign heaven, but isn't he also a saint sovereign heaven? If you have the ability, try breaking through to true sovereign heaven. With the army being defeated this time, the extreme medicine sect can't absolve yourselves from the blame. Body is investigating you guys precisely because the extreme medicine sect has made great contributions. But committing mistakes is committing mistake. We can't talk about it? Said a few words about you, and he has to get punished by military law. Xiao Shan, then how will you be dealt with for Reb? Ting me, this great commander? Dao Chen, you're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How should you be dealt with for talking back to me, this great commander? Xiao Shan's face turned black, and he was immediately choked until he could not speak. You're freaking sneak attacking me. Clearly had the great commander token long ago, but you didn't take it out. As for Dao Chen, his face even became ashen. Actually, it was really not that Yi Yuan ambushed him. After coming out from Dan Fei there, Ming Yi still had important military affairs to discuss, so he stayed behind and casually instructed his subordinates to bring Yi Yuan to diagnose and treat the soldiers. Yi Yuan was not someone who showed off either. He naturally would not take out his great commander token. If not for the extreme medicine sect pressing people too far, he really would not care for taking out the great commander token. Taureti crushed you in alchemy Dao. What did I still need some great commander token for? Let him go, Yi Yuan said to the 2 attendant soldiers coldly. The 2 attendant soldiers were at a loss on what to do and looked toward Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan waved his hand, indicating for them to let go. Only then did they behave like they were granted amnesty. It was so uncomfortable to be caught between great commander and commander. When Zhao Qin was released, his 2 eyes were emitting light. He also did not expect that Master Yi actually performed an unexpected reversal, slapping the extreme medicine sect's disciples' faces resoundingly. In reality, after returning from the big defeat this time, they really felt aggrieved to the extreme. It was clearly a man-made disaster, but they could not say it out loud. The extreme medicine sect's prestige in their hearts fell to rock bottom all at once. Now, Yi Yuan saying it out in front of everyone, they felt much more liberated. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted coldly, "Zhao Chen, take Zhang Xiu down for me." Zhao Chen's entire body trembled, immediately stepping forward and arresting Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu yelled, "Martial Uncle Xiao Shan, save me." Xiao Shan had a sullen face as he said in a cold voice, "Great Commander, do you really have to do this? My extreme medicine sect's face isn't easy to slap. You've just arrived and might not know it yet. Among the Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses that came this time, there's also my extreme medicine sect's ancestor." The Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses were naturally not just Dan Fei alone. It was just that he was the strongest. However, Yi Yuan did not buy it and just said coolly, "Military orders can't be disobeyed. Today, if I don't kill people, you guys won't know the preciousness of human life. Our comrades aren't for people to use as experiments. Zhao Qin, haul him out and kill him." Chapter 28:17. Resolving a big issue with little effort. Chapter 28:17. Resolving a big issue with little effort. Zhang Xiu died. The entire army was in shock. Body expected that an extreme medicine sect's top disciple was sentenced to death just like this. Unexpectedly, but also within reason, the applause was continuous. The big defeat was not to be blamed on the fight. The loss was too pathetic. It was clearly the extreme medicine sect who caused the defeat, but in the end, they could not do anything to them. The Heaven One army needed a relief outlet, and Zhang Xiu played this role very honorably. Extreme medicine sect's disciples finally got their retribution. Feels amazing. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan, a grade 5 heavenly alchemist, could actually become a great commander. Feel that he is intentionally helping us to vent this frustration. Haha, what a coincidence. I think so too. With so many of our brothers dead, what right do they have to be completely fine? Extreme medicine sect's disciples normally had aloof airs like they are standing high above the Ma. SSES. Your father has found them displeasing to the eye for a long time. It was true that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar that propped up the sky. But this also developed the domineering personalities of the extreme medicine sect's disciples. Even if they were similarly Saint Sovereign Heavens, they were also aloof from the Ma. SSES. In their eyes, ordinary soldiers were not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them at all. Therefore, the people in the army who were unhappy with them were not in the minority. It was just that they dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. After all, when they get injured, they still needed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to treat them. Sentencing Zhang Xiu to death, Xiao Shan flicked his sleeves and walked away. Everyone knew that an even higher level contest would start soon. At the Northern Front battle this time, the extreme medicine sect sent an ancestor over too. Killing the extreme medicine sect's people was equivalent to slapping their faces. How could they be willing to drop the matter? The wrath of an emperor-level powerhouse was not what a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven could bear. In the eyes of emperor-level powerhouses, Yi Yuan, this great commander, had no weight at all. The extreme medicine sect's disciples were even sneering in their hearts. Do you think that by becoming a great commander, you can use a made-up directive to order people around and disregard my extreme medicine sect? Laughable. Great commander, just you wait to receive ancestors' wrath. When he heard the news of Zhang Xiu being sentenced to death, Ming Yi was currently discussing military affairs with Emperor Dan Fei. He suddenly stood up and said angrily, "This boy, is he crazy? It's just been a few days and he caused such a major problem. When Emperor Zhou Chun finds out about this news, he'll definitely be beyond furious. Lord Emperor, please hurry up and rescind your order. Otherwise, if it causes unhappiness between emperors, that will be a big problem." But Dan Fei's reaction was not as intense as Ming Yi's. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth even revealed a hint of a smile. He reached his hand out and pressed down, gesturing to Ming Yi as he said smilingly, "Just a small matter." Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Emperor, this isn't a small matter." But Dan Fei said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do you feel that Yi Yuan did something wrong with regards to this matter?" Ming Yi said without the slightest hesitation, "Of course he's wrong. The extreme medicine sect is a pillar that props up the sky. How can one of them be killed lightly? Moreover, there's even ancestor Zhou Chun standing behind them. Originally, letting him be the great commander, Xiao Shan would definitely be unconvinced. Now, doesn't it leave behind even more of a handle for gossip?" But Dan Fei smiled meaningfully and said, "Ming Yi, you are not seeing it as deeply as Yi Yuan." Ming Yi was startled and hurriedly said, "Lord Emperor, please clarify." He knew that he might have overlooked some aspects. Dan Fei smiled and said, "You're wrong. Not only will this matter not incur Zhou Chen's displeasure, he'll be grateful to Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan, this great commander, has also thoroughly established his position firmly through this matter. Additionally, he'll even get the whole army's love and respect. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Hulu, I really didn't expect that in just a few days, this boy would give this seat a huge surprise." Dan Fei stroked his beard and smiled, clearly extremely satisfied with Yi Yuan. Ming Yi was dazed after listening, not knowing what it meant at all. When Dan Fei saw that he still did not understand, he could not resist shaking his head and sighing. Ming Yi was startled in his heart, Is Lord Emperor dissatisfied with me? The defeat of this great battle was entirely caused by the failure of the extreme medicine sect's true spirit method of suppression. After returning, it seemed like everyone had forgotten about this. Why is that? Because no one dares to mention this. How can a colossal giant like the extreme medicine sect be what a puny little saint's sovereign heaven army can shake? But, if the soldiers don't say, does that mean that they really had no resentment in their hearts? Of course they do. The big defeat this time nearly caused extremely serious consequences, and it was entirely caused by the extreme medicine sect. The crux is that before the great battle, Yi Yuan even warned the extreme medicine sect's disciples that there was a problem with this suppression method. The resentment in the soldiers' hearts is likely already rising to the sky. And just nice at this time, Yi Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. What do you think those soldiers will think? Dan Fei explained skillfully and patiently. Ming Yi was dumbfounded from listening. But Emperor Zhuo Chen there, Zhuo Chen, this old fellow, he understands it in his heart. Not only does he understand, but he's also actually very anxious in his heart too. Emperor realm powerhouses can naturally disregard the thoughts of Saint Sovereign Heavens. But the failure this time was also a tremendous blow to the extreme medicine sect. It even affected their status in the Heaven One Alliance. At this time, it's particularly important whether or not the soldiers are submitting wholeheartedly. Over at the southern front, there hasn't been too much war recently. There's still a chance to remedy it. But the northern front here has already suffered a big defeat. So how can the reputation of the extreme medicine sect be restored? Zhang Xiu was just a minor character of little importance. His death won't affect much, but it gave the soldiers a great relief outlet. The soldiers understand in their hearts that they can't do anything to the extreme medicine sect. But they can imagine Zhang Xiu as the extreme medicine sect and blame things on him bitterly. Following this incident, the extreme medicine sect's disciples will be doing their best to treat the injured in the future, and even eradicating the blood corruption poison under Yi Yuan's lead. Not only will the extreme medicine sect's reputation not suffer damage, but it might also make their prestige like the noonday sun instead. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, he's also just one person. It still needs the extreme medicine sect's disciples to really save people, isn't that so? A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist's death can minimize the negative impact of this defeat. Do you think Zhuo Chen, that old fellow, should be grateful to Yi Yuan or not? Not only will he not do anything to Yi Yuan, but he'll also even recognize Yi Yuan's status as a great commander. Yi Yuan's position of great commander can be considered to be secured. Talking until here, Dan Fei was even more pleased with himself, as if this was his own masterpiece. He also indeed had his breath taken away in wonder by Yi Yuan's ingenious brushwork. This move was even more amazing than him executing Xuanji 9 leaves. It was completely resolving a big issue with little effort. Ming Yi, who was by the side, was long already dumbfounded from listening. He completely did not expect that the death of a measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually implicated such a complicated situation. A puny little Yi Yuan could actually see the overall situation so penetratingly? This was impossible. Lord Emperor, his luck is also too good, right? Ming Yi shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Luck. Dan Fei continued and said, This isn't luck. This boy saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, seeing the world clearly, and has exceedingly high comprehension ability. He's definitely a world-shattering talent. This matter looks like a dispute caused by personal feelings, but in reality, it's a situation that resulted from him advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Each step seemed to be extremely coincidental, but when so many coincidences come together, it's no longer a coincidence. Chapter 28:18 Great Work. Chapter 28:18 Great Work. Ancestor, Yi Yuan, this boy is bullying people too far. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually dares to assume the majesty of the tiger and kill our extreme medicine sect's disciple. If this matter is dropped just like this, how will our extreme medicine sect still have face to continue stay in the Heaven One Alliance? In front of Emperor Zhuochun, Xiao Shan could not stop his anger. How venerated was the extreme medicine sect, and how nobly were their disciples. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually rode on top of their heads. If this could be endured, what else could not be? But, no matter how enraged Xiao Shan was, Zhuochun seemed to be very calm. Just this? I got it, Zhuochun said coolly. Xiao Shan was stunned. What kind of reaction was this? Ancestor, then Yi Yuan, restrain our disciples properly. They all have to obey Yi Yuan's orders. This is the army. He's the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. No matter which sect you're from, you have to obey his orders. Zhuochun still said calmly. Xiao Shan somewhat doubted his ears. Did he hear wrongly? Ancestor Zhuochun was the extreme medicine sect's Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. He actually wanted his own sect's people to obey the orders of a grade 5 heavenly alchemist? How can this be? Could it be that our extreme medicine sect's disciple died in vain just like this? Xiao Shan said unwillingly. Zhuochun said, how is it in vain? Zhang Xiu's death was honorable. It's a worthy death. Transmit orders to the 3 armies. Zhang Xiu treated others with contempt, went against his superior, and acted with utter disregard for human life. He should be punished for his crime. Yi Yuan has rendered amazing merit, his alchemy path talent being outstanding. This seat is going to take him in as a personal disciple. The day when the Northern Front's war is brought to successful completion, this seat will officially take him in as a disciple. Xiao Shan was completely dumbfounded. His brain seemed to be unable to think anymore. Emperor Zhuochun's words shocked him into a daze. Yi Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. Ancestor did not stand up for him. He even said well killed? No, this is not the main point. Personal disciple. Emperor Zhuochun is actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. This is too outrageous. Emperor Zhuochun was an Emperor Vast Heaven ancestor. He actually personally came forward to take a puny little saint sovereign heaven in as a personal disciple? This sort of thing was simply even more shocking than the sun rising from the west. Are all these emperor powerhouses mad? Yi Yuan became his martial uncle with a sway of his body? That was too preposterous. Yu Mpkin from the countryside actually became his little martial uncle. Xiao Shan suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. He did not know how he left. His entire head was dizzy. Zhuochun, this level of powerhouse, was simply disdainful to explain anything to Xiao Shan. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Ming Yi's strength was up to par, with half a foot stepped into the door of Emperor Realm. That was why he would be treated differently by Dan Fei. As for him, Xiao Shan, he was not qualified enough yet. Everything that happened today was too fantastical and too unthinkable. First was Emperor Dan Fei personally admitting that Yi Yuan was the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. Following that, the extreme medicine sect's ancestor, Emperor Zhuochun, was actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. 2 top emperors actually showed favor to a measly little Saint Exalt Heaven at the same time. The position of great commander was already extremely respected to begin with. Now Yi Yuan became Emperor Zhuochun's disciple. This was even more terrifying. Disregarding other things, just based on seniority, Yi Yuan's seniority could scare people to death. One had to know, in the extreme medicine sect, even if Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses saw Zhuochun, they had to call martial uncle respectfully too. Zhuochun's strength was also an extreme existence among all the Emperor Vast Heavens. His status in the extreme medicine sect was very high too. G.O. D knew how many people wanted to become his disciple but could not. Among them even included some Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses. Unsurprisingly, the entire Northern Front army was stunned again. Concerning Emperor Zhuo taking Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple, this matter was too sensational. In the entire army camp, there were discussions everywhere. Crazy. It's really crazy. I even thought that Emperor Zhuo was going to fly into a great rage this time and even get into a tussle with Emperor Dan Fei. Who knew that not only did he not, he's actually going to take Yi Yuan in as his personal disciple. What a miraculous play! Great Commander Yi Yuan killed the extreme medicine sect's disciple. Not only did the extreme medicine sect's ancestor not blame him, but also he's going to take him in as a disciple instead. Looks like the extreme medicine sect isn't all arrogant and domineering people either. The big shots above all have sharp eyes. Great Commander Yi Yuan is our benefactor. We also feel honored that he can soar to the sky in one leap. Beyond the shock, many people were happy for Yi Yuan. The sensational effect of this incident swept away the haze of the defeat previously. The love for the house extended to even the crows perching on the roof. Many soldiers' dislike toward the extreme medicine sect also reduced to the minimum. When Emperor Dan Fei heard this news, he could not help being stunned, then immediately could not help laughing as he said, "Old punk Zhuo is indeed as shrewd as ever. This move of plussing the boat along the current is used really brilliantly to the max." Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Who could have thought that a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven became the Northern Front Army's popular figure all of a sudden? When I see this boy, I'll even have to call Marshal Uncle. How will I still be the Commander-in-Chief?" Dan Fei also laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Interesting, interesting. Zhuo, this old thing has never followed a set pattern. It's what this seat admires the most. However, the move this time really surprised me. But then again, Yi Yuan is indeed a good seedling that's hard to come across. It's just that pity that he's a divergent cultivator." The words carried endless regret. How could he not know that Yi Yuan was a good seedling? But the fates of divergent cultivators were not up to them. Since time immemorial, how many divergent cultivators had there been? Those able to cultivate the Emperor realm were like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a qilin, very rare. Those who could cultivate to Emperor vast heaven could be counted on one's fingers. What did failing to attain it mean? Death. Dead under Tao tribulation. Either succeed or die trying. When Yi Yuan himself heard this news, he also had a struck senseless look. He had never even seen before Emperor Zhuo, and the other party was actually going to take him in as a personal disciple? But, after thinking about it, he understood Zhuo's thoughts. This move held extraordinary significance. Indeed, these big shots operated from a strategically advantageous position. None of them were simple. He used a weaker force to deal with a greater force, and the other party took advantage of a favorable trend. He was going to become someone else's disciple? And Body came to ask about his thoughts? Maybe he would refuse? Alright, actually, Yi Yuan himself was also quite moved. No matter what, the extreme medicine sect was the strongest alchemy path sect in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, not one of. Being able to become the extreme medicine sect's disciple, no one could refuse it. Moreover, his master was even an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist. With regards to Xiao Shan and the rest, Yi Yuan looked down on them. Yi Yuan had high regard of himself, but he was not ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In front of a Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist, he was merely an ant. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also knew that the likes of Xiao Shan were not the top CLASS in the extreme medicine sect. The true elites were all at the southern front. The northern front's war was too sudden. The real elite disciples were unable to be transferred over for a while. One had to know, back then, Apil Alliance's holy son, Song Yongning, practically forced him into a desperate situation. And he was merely a disciple taught by the extreme medicine sect's abandoned child, Li Chongsheng. Looking at a leopard through a tube to see only one spot, the extreme medicine sect's strength was clear at a glance. Therefore, becoming a grade 8 heavenly alchemist's disciple, Yi Yuan was actually not resistant to it. The urgent matter on hand was not acknowledging him as a master but to truly resolve the danger of the blood corruption. Chapter 28:19 Saint's Sovereign Hundred Sons. Chapter 28:19 Saint's Sovereign Hundred Sons. Sure enough, the following events went much smoother. The extreme medicine sect's disciples became incomparably respectful and submissive in front of Yi Yuan. No one dared to contradict Yi Yuan anymore. The word of Yi Yuan, this great commander, also truly carried the weight of 9 tripods. Under Yi Yuan's teaching, Xuanji 9 leaves and the rest grasped the blood corruption poison very soon and officially started to take over the suppression of the blood corruption poison. Although the effects of their treatment were far inferior to Yi Yuan's, it would barely suffice. Yi Yuan treated the most difficult group of people. The remaining risk became much smaller too. However, the extreme medicine sect's disciples also strictly abided by the rule that Yi Yuan set. Without full confidence, they were not to administer acupuncture on the soldiers arbitrarily. At present, there was naturally no one who dared to retort anymore. Within the Great Hall, more than 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses were all using strange gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, are you sure that you want to do this? You have to know, once the Blood Race's Emperor Realm powerhouses really make a move, you'll definitely die without a doubt. Emperor Dan Fei looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, they won't make a move. To the Blood Race, the most pressing matter on hand isn't to slaughter the human race but to guard the spatial Pa's sageway. No matter whether it is Emperor Realm powerhouses or the army below Emperor Realm, their numbers can't match ours. Under this kind of circumstance, the risk of making a move against me is too great. If you all take the opportunity to go sneak attack the spatial Pa's sageway, they will lose more than they gain. Of course, if they really dare to send people to deal with me, Lord Emperors can turn the ruse real and go sneak attack the spatial Pa's sageway. The Blood Race has 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses at present. Even if they send the weakest one to come and deal with us, your odds of winning will most likely increase significantly too. Emperor Dan Fei's gaze was gleaming as he said, this way you'll face certain death. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, putting aside that there's an extremely low chance of such a thing happening, even if it really happened, the other brothers are willing to die for Heaven One. So why won't I, Yi Yuan, willingly die too? These few days, Yi Yuan heard too many heartwarming stories when treating those wounded people. Although the absolute heaven barrier barely managed to stop the Blood Race, everyone understood that the absolute heaven barrier would ultimately be breached one day. The more it was at this kind of life and death juncture, the more touching stories would emerge, such as a chiliarch called Shin Xiang. His family of close to 100 people all died in service. At that time, Shin Xiang was still young, only greater sublime heavenly stratum. He watched his father's generation and forefathers die on the battlefield with his own eyes. The feeling of powerlessness permeated everywhere. Heaven One Alliance originally planned to let Shin Xiang stay in the rear in order to present the Shin family's only bloodline. But, after his strength reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, he joined the Heaven One army without hesitation and became a warrior. This time, he was inflicted with blood corruption poison too and dying due to heavy injuries. But he did not have any regrets on his face. He proudly said that he killed 10 bloodkins. One should not look at how it was only a mere 10 people. This was an amazing record. The Blood Race was too difficult to kill. Another example was the great hegemon-level Holy Land's Mirror Moon sect. They had a peerless heavens chosen, S.H.I. plus Chiryong, who once appeared before. This heavens chosen could be said to be invincible in the same rank. One had to know, being known as invincible at the same level across the entire grand bright jade complete heaven, this plane, how gloriously resplendent he was. But then he led a squad of more than 100 people and was in charge of covering a wound unit to evacuate. Who knew that they actually walked into the ambush of the blood race? There were 3,000 people in this division of bloodkin. Furthermore, it was an elite team of bloodkin. Each of them was extremely powerful. Furthermore, there were even true sovereign heaven powerhouses in the team. In order to cover the wound to evacuate, S.H.I. plus Chiryong led this squad of 100 men to fight to the death. In the end, this squad of 100 people, they were all killed, but S.H.I. plus Chiryong fought 3 great true sovereign heavens by himself, killing 2 of them. This division of blood race army suffered casualties of more than half. To the Heaven One Alliance, this was practically something impossible to accomplish. He fought 3 great true sovereign heavens alone. Did he not have the strength to escape? He did not. In other words, the significance of his survival was more important than this squad of 100 people and all the wounded. This was a super genius reputed to have the potential of reaching the hegemon realm. But he did not. One after another, this kind of stories they were far too many. Even if Yi Yuan had experienced too much, he also involuntarily shed tears at times. He was an outsider, but he was also a member of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, a member of the human race. Under such desperate situations, he needed to contribute. Yi Yuan was a peerless heavens chosen, but he had never regarded himself as head and shoulders above others. Other people could contribute. He could too. In reality, he had always done so too. At this time, an Emperor Realm powerhouse ridiculed him. "Brat, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens? Let me tell you, the young powerhouses in the blood race are even stronger than the Heaven One Alliance. According to what I know, 3 among the Saint's sovereign 100 sons came in their army this time, Yan Meng, Wu Shang and Yuan Zheng. Just based on the 5 of you, you're going to challenge the blood race? Then can we, these Emperor Realms, sleep in peace in the future?" This was an Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse called Wei Liang, but he was from the extreme medicine sect. With regards to Zhuo Chun taking Yi Yuan in as a disciple, he was very unhappy about it. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiu, who was sentenced to death by Yi Yuan, was his grand disciple. Originally, he was prepared to deal with Yi Yuan, who knew that Zhuo Chun actually interfered flagrantly. Helpless, he could only cease all activities. Now, he was even more annoyed by Yi Yuan's arrogant behavior. "Saint's sovereign 100 sons?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ming Yi explained, "In the blood race, each realm will have a ranking. Saint's sovereign 100 sons is the strongest 100 people in the blood races Saint's sovereign heavens. Each of them is a peerless heavens chosen. Their bloodline power is extremely strong and they are virtually invincible at the same rank. Compared to our alliance's top geniuses, they are a level stronger." Of course, this kind of might was established on the foundation that they were able to revive. This was also the blood race's greatest advantage. In the same rank, even if the human had equal strength to a bloodkin. But one party was not afraid to die. He could even revive after you killed him. How to fight then? Of course, this also showed how strong the Saint's sovereign 100 sons' strength was. Yi Yuan became clear. Smiling at Wei Liang, he said, "Firstly, I'm not called brat. According to seniority, you should call me as your junior apprentice brother. Secondly, whatever Saint's sovereign 100 sons, merely clay chickens and pottery dogs. I've really never been afraid of anyone in Saint's sovereign heaven." Wei Liang's face turned black. Yi Yuan's words ted him until he choked. A Saint's sovereign heaven was actually calling him brother. Yet, he could not do anything about it. "Hoo-hoo, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Since that's the case, don't blame this seat for not warning you when you die. Wei Liang said with a cold laugh. Several days later, above the sea, 5 figures descended from the sky in front of the blood race army. Yang Qing brandished a long spear in his hand, riding on Shao Qing, and was incredibly domineering. Hoi! Blood race's trash, your grandpa Yang is here. Why haven't you come out to die? Your father, Yang Qing, is unmatched among Saint Sovereign Heavens. Who has the BALLS to dare come out and have a fight with your grandpa Yang? Yang Qing shouted loudly. That feeling of invincibility was back. Chapter 28:20. Crazy Provocation. Chapter 28:20. Crazy Provocation. The blood race army was silent as death. It was not due to fright. It was because they had never seen before such an impressive person. To dare come to the blood race army and call them out, no one in the Heaven One Alliance had this courage. Most importantly, there were only 5 people. Were these few guys crazy? Isn't your blood race the so-called strongest across the heavens? Why are each and every one of you like scaredy cats? Come out if you guys have the capability and fight one-on-one with your Grandpa Yang. Grandpa Yang will take on 10 of you by myself. No 50. A bunch of weaklings. Your grand-aunt is already in front of your door, and you all don't even have one who dares to answer the challenge? Your blood race keeps calling yourselves powerful every day. In the end, an army of 5,002 true sovereign heavens were actually killed by the 5 of us until we said through. Weak. TSK. Really too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. Jingfei was also someone who desired to see the world plunged into chaos. This kind of provocative activity was all too appropriate for her. She was not tall, but she nodded her head and planted her hands on her waist, behaving like a senior when talking. Coupled with that disdainful expression, she completely had an appearance that aggravated people to death. The battle in the fog was the disgrace of the blood race. Many in the blood race army had experienced that battle. Being teased by Jingfei at this time, each and every one was unbelievably enraged. Coupled with Yang Qing's appearance that was asking for a beating, each and every one in the blood race army was filled with righteous indignation, taking the initiative to request to fight one after another. But, without any order from their superiors, they did not dare to fight arbitrarily too. In the blood race camp, indignation was long already overflowing. Great Commander, let me go and fight. I'll go kill that boy and avenge the hatred. The one talking was Han Guang. Back then, he had his foundation severed by Yi Yuan with one sword. Until now, he had not fully recovered yet and only had the strength of lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. Jingfei's words were like one slap after another, slapping him in the face. Because that fight, it was the army that he was leading. This battle was also his most disgraceful battle. Luo Chuan's expression was very ugly too, but he still shook his head and said, "They are just 5 people but dare to come outside of our barracks and call for battle. There must be a ruse. Moreover, you're not his match." Han Guang wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. In his current state, he was really not an opponent who could withstand a single sword from Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan's Dao sword was unleashed, he could most likely forget about surviving this time. But, having people block the front door like this, it was really aggrieving. Looking at his appearance, Luo Chuan said, "Just wait. Commander-in-Chief definitely has a decision regarding this matter." The Blood Race Army's Commander-in-Chief was similarly a half-step true sovereign heaven called Blood Spirit. But he was currently reporting the situation here to the Blood Race's highest commander, Li He. The Blood Race's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all guarding in the vicinity of the spatial passageway and did not dare to leave in the slightest. The army was stationed in the outer periphery. This is the Heaven One Army's strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. We can't fall for it. Send a few true sovereign heavens over and directly kill them. Remember, they can kill them, but take care not to be lured deep in by the enemy. Lihi shook his head and said, to them, guarding the passageway was the most crucial thing. In order to open up this spatial passageway, the blood race paid a huge price. Once the passageway was lost, and body could bear this consequence. The unusual behavior of Yi Yuan and the rest made Lihi even more vigilant instead. Several powerful auras emerged from the blood race camp. Yi Yuan and the others turned around and ran. The few of them grasped the distance just nicely. It was naturally impossible to deliver themselves to the hands of true sovereign heavens. Oh my, you bunch of cowards, to actually use true sovereign heavens to bully Grandpa Yang. After Grandpa Yang breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll come and kill you all until you piss your pants. Yang Qing scolded with vulgarities as he ran. Come back. Worried that the few great true sovereign heavens would fall into a trap, Blood Spirit called them back in time. The few true sovereign heavens could only return to the camp reluctantly. But they had just returned, and Yi Yuan 5 people came back again. Blood Race's grandsons, do you all only use cultivation realm to bully people? Your father is invincible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. You guys can't even find a Saint Sovereign Heaven? A bunch of trash. Don't talk about whatever the blood race is. Number 1, the blood race is invincible in front of your Grandpa Yang in the future. Your father will beat the SHI+T out of you. Yang Qing shouted at the top of his voice, yelling nonstop. Whatever unpleasant words there were, he would throw them out, being despicable to the extreme. Then, once the blood race's true sovereign heavens came, they would immediately run away. The moment you left, they came back again. Inside the blood race army, it immediately exploded. Especially the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation, requesting to fight one after another. Great Commander, we seriously can't take it anymore. These few guys are bullying my blood race for having no one. Commander-in-Chief, let me go out and fight. Your father will definitely beat the SHI+T out of him. See if he still dares to say anything about being invincible in the same rank. Yeah, Commander-in-Chief. Even if we aren't their match, it's also impossible for the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons to lose to them, right? Let us fight. Let us fight. In the blood race camp, those who had some strength were practically about to go berserk. Even if their strength was lacking, they also proposed to fight. The blood race had always held a cruise HI+ing stance towards the Heaven One Alliance. Even in this Northern Front battle, they had also just experienced a big victory previously. Such a suffocating thing, they were really not used to it. After a few times, even Blood Spirit, this Commander-in-Chief, could not quite suppress it anymore. Ba Hao, Jin Qing, the few of you Kiliarchs go and challenge them. But be careful. Although these guys have foul mouths, their strength is indeed very strong. It's rare for them to find a match in the same rank. Finally, Blood Spirit still relented. In reality, he also reached the limit of his patience. As the blood race's commander-in-chief, there was only him oppressing people and beating them up. When was it other people's turn to challenge at his doorstep? Especially Yang Qing, this loudmouth. He really made people have an impulse to tear him to pieces. This guy was different from Jingfei. This guy's keenness was simply innate. Even if he did not talk, he also made people want to beat him up. Moreover, this guy's mouth was simply too wretched. Seeing Blood Spirit relent, Ba Hao and the rest of the Kiliarchs all revealed looks of wild elation. Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. Which of us aren't invincible in the same rank? Unless we run into the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, otherwise, we're not afraid of anyone. These few punks are seeking death. Ba Hao said with great joy. The few Kiliarchs immediately rose into the air and faced Yang Qing 5 people from a distance. The moment Yang Qing saw the few people, he immediately got excited. He was loathsome, but he was also a madman. Hearing that the blood race had experts, he was excited to the extreme. TSK, the blood race finally has a few who have courage. Which of you are Saint Sovereign 100 Sons? The rest scram further away. Your father will really beat the SHI plus T out of you guys. Yang Qing said see Keely. The moment Ba Hao and the rest heard those words, they immediately wanted to tear Yang Qing to pieces. He snorted coldly and said, "You wench, you're not worthy of having the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons take action. The few of us is enough to deal with you." Yang Qing had a disdainful look as he said, "With just the likes of the few of you? Don't think that you guys are impressive because you can revive. Your Grandpa Yang is invincible in the same rank. I'll beat you until you can't revive." After he was done talking, Yang Qing's long spear shook, and he charged straight toward Ba Hao. Chapter 28-21. Provoking the 100 Sons, /B Chapter 28-21. Provoking the 100 Sons, /B weak. Too weak. Does your blood race only know how to brag? This kind of strength, you also dare to come out and pick a fight with your Grandpa Yang? I said that I'll beat you until you can't revive, then I'm beating you until you can't revive. Above the void, Yang Qing flew up while brandished HI plus-ing a long spear. With the power of a single spear hit, Ba Hao inevitably vomited blood. Ba Hao, who was similarly half-step true sovereign heaven, was not Yang Qing's match at all. Each and every one of the blood race powerhouses' faces became black as the bottom of a pot. Arrogance was not scary. The scary thing was that he was arrogant and you could not even beat him. This was especially true with Yang Qing, this guy whose mouth owed a beating. Although Yang Qing was detestable, his strength was really strong. Especially after following Yi Yuan and killing the sea race until the sky and earth dimmed, plus the success of overcoming the tribulation, his present strength really crushed those in the same rank. Ba Hao's strength was not weak. He was not bragging. He indeed rarely had an opponent in the same rank. But compared to the current Yang Qing, he was far too lacking. Yang Qing was not idling these few days either. He had fought with the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses in succession too, without a single defeat. "Hey, what are the few of you still in a daze for? Your Grandpa Yang said to fight 50 of you by myself, so I'll fight 50 of you alone. Come at me together, let your Grandpa Yang enjoy it," Yang Qing said arrogantly as he suppressed Ba Hao. Those few Kiliarchs were virtually going to explode. This guy was really too detestable. Those who came to guard the spatial sageway could be said to all be elites of the blood race. Their combat power was rather formidable. But now they were actually being overwhelmed by someone in the same rank. They felt ashamed. Freaking HEL, this is a race war, not a martial arts compet. 1. Tian, who's playing according to the rules with them. Attack together, tear this guy's mouth to shreds. Since you want to fight 1 on 50, then we'll fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, foolish human, you guys will find out that provoking the blood race is the biggest mistake of your lives. There were a total of 12 Kiliarchs that came out. They were all the same, being half-step true sovereign heaven experts. With 12 people joining forces, the strength was clear at a glance. Yang Qing was strong, but he was not strong to such an extent yet. Yi Yuan, you're still looking on with folded arms. You. See, Kerr, are you going to scam me to death? They're already ignoring the rules. You're still following the rules with them? Yang Qing shouted loudly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you want to fight 1 versus 50? It's just 12 people now. It's not appropriate for me to make a move. *CKU. You're always scamming me every time. ARG, I don't want to live anymore." Yang Qing cried out strangely. This guy was a living treasure. However, his ability to pull aggro was also indeed strong. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have brought him here. drawing 12 half-step true sovereign heavens at once. This was a big deal. Yang Qing, this guy, repeatedly screamed strangely, but he could not be defeated in a short while. Yi Yuan's attention was in the direction of the blood race camp. He saw 3 figures at a glance. Even when standing in the army, those 3 stood out like cranes standing among chickens too. The gazes of the blood race powerhouses next to them when looking towards these 3 people faintly carried fear and admiration. This even included some true sovereign heavens. Yi Yuan virtually determined in an instant that these 3 people were the 3 in the Saint's sovereign 100 sons. Saint's sovereign 100 sons, their bloodline was extremely strong. Entering the Emperor realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. Yi Yuan even heard that the blood race had a long tradition of selecting the Saint's sovereign 100 sons. Most of the present Hegemon realm powerhouses found their way to distinction by standing out from the Saint's sovereign 100 sons. It could be seen from this how strong the Saint's sovereign 100 sons' strength was. Yi Yuan was looking at them. They were looking at Yi Yuan too. "That punk is very strong," Yan Meng suddenly said. Wu Shang did not agree and said, "No matter how strong he is, so what? Just a divergent cultivator, an unorthodox path, utterly not worth mentioning." Yuan Jing smiled and said, "Don't look down on this boy. I heard that when Luo Chuan was hunting him down, he called down a 7-9 Dao tribulation. Under the 7-9 Dao tribulation, he actually survived. Most likely, his combat power isn't beneath the 2 of you." The moment these words came out, Yan Meng and Wu Shang's faces turned black. Among the 3 of them, Yuan Zheng's ranking was the highest, 88th place. Wu Shang was ranked 2nd, 93rd place. Yan Meng was ranked at the bottom, 97th place. The rankings of the Saint's sovereign 100 sons were attained by killing out of the blood pool. It absolutely could not have any falsehood. 88th place was stronger than 90th place. There was no question about this. Therefore, Yuan Zheng indeed had the capital to look down on the 2. Yan Meng was still okay, but Wu Shang said in a great rage, "Yuan Zheng, don't you be rampant. Before long, I'll definitely take you down." The Saint's sovereign 100 sons were all lunatics, their combat power being extremely fearsome. They were naturally unwilling to be beneath people. Therefore, the rankings of the Saint's sovereign 100 sons would also frequently change. In reality, the strength below 100th place should not be underestimated too. Yan Meng was ranked 97. He was not necessarily safe. It was also precisely this kind of mechanism that made the combat power of the blood race extremely strong. Coupled with their undying bodies, they had no opponents in the same rank at all. Therefore, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, these 3 people did not take him seriously too. Yuan Zheng was indifferent and said with a smile, "With just the likes of you? Hohu, after the matter here is settled, I plan to go and challenge Qi Lin." The moment these words came out, Wu Shang 2 people's faces changed again. Qi Lin was the 85th rank powerhouse. If Yuan Zheng succeeded in challenging, then his ranking would improve greatly. This guy's strength had already reached this level? And right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly extended a little finger and beckoned at the 3 people with a playful look. The murderous auras on the 3 people instantly spread out. Yuan Jing said in amuse, "Ent, interesting, this guy is actually provoking us." As he said, he shook his head slightly, looking as if he was not moved. That meaning was very clear. You are not worthy of us to take action yet. Indeed, Yuan Zheng did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. What did 7-9 Dao tribulation count for? Their combat powers were all no less powerful than true sovereign heaven. Overcoming a 7-9 Dao tribulation was almost guaranteed. Yi Yuan was similarly indifferent. Suddenly, he grinned. Russell! Hundreds of divine essence swords instantly spread out, charging right into the battlefield. Poo, poo, poo. His arrival was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. These guys who fought to a draw with Yang Qing were obliterated by Yi Yuan in a few exchanges. Yes, it was not killed. It was wiped out. Of course, everyone did not notice that each time Yi Yuan killed someone, he would use the Dao sword to suppress a drop of blood essence. His action was extremely secretive. Even true sovereign heavens could forget about discovering it too. Meanwhile, Yang Qing was extremely shocked from watching. He cried out, "You became stronger again." Through the 7-9 Dao tribulation, the baptism for Yi Yuan was huge. By borrowing the power of the Dao tribulation, his strength had indeed improved further. His universe sword formation became stronger. The 12 people died out in less than 100 breaths, and Yi Yuan also collected 12 drops of blood essence. His mission for this trip was considered to have been successfully completed. All of them were 12 half-step true sovereign heavens. Furthermore, they were the blood race's elites. These blood essences were much more precious than what he had collected before. Then Yi Yuan extended his finger again and beckoned at the 3 people. The provocative intent became seemingly even stronger. Chapter 28-22 Bloodline Prowess. Chapter 28-22 Bloodline Prowess. Yi Yuan did not have many words, but that contemptuous attitude was even worse than Yang Qing's. But on the blood race's side, there was really no one who dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yenmeng 3 people. Only the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons could deal with Yi Yuan. What bulls! Hi+T Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, the blood race's trash came up with a ranking and think that they are invincible under the heavens? Come. Have a fight with your Grandpa Yang if you have the ability. This time, let's fight one-on-one. Seeing Yi Yuan's boundlessly imposing appearance, Yang Qing became unhappy. He was originally planning on sweeping the blood race away. In the end, Yi Yuan took the limelight. He was currently irritated in his heart. Yuan Zheng revealed a look of amuse. Ent and said to Yenmeng, "Go and play with them?" Yenmeng nodded slightly and said, "This kind of drudgery can only be done by me." Yuan Zheng smiled and said, "Who asked you to be the weakest? Go and play casually. This kind of trash, they think that they can fight with the 100 Sons after killing a few trash. Let them witness what's called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons." Yenmeng also smiled slightly, his figure suddenly turning into a blood-colored streak, Rus. Hi+ing towards Yang Qing. Before he reached, Yang Qing already felt an endless blood energy, locking onto his entire being. The cheekiness on Yang Qing's face disappeared into thin air at this time. What replaced it was a serious expression on his face. In his eyes, Yenmeng was like an ancient, desolate beast. He was stronger than anyone he had ever met. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent in the same rank. Yang Qing did not hold anything back, urging Spear Dao Rule and Destruction Rule to the peak. This spear was his pinnacle work. Yenmeng wielded a blood-colored long sword in his hand and said with a disdainful look, "Spear technique is pretty good and already attained quintessence. But, compared to the 100 Sons, it's too weak." In virtually a blink of an eye, 2 powerful forces clashed together. Boom! Yang Qing's body was abruptly smashed, flying out. PTTFT. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Yang Qing's mouth. Under one strike, he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. Furthermore, a strand of blood energy burrowed into his body just now. He was already inflicted with blood corruption poison. Yenmeng looked toward Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Ant-like trash also dare to compete with eagles. Kid, originally, you could have slipped away after making a show of force. But, since I've made a move, you can stay behind here. No matter what schemes and intrigues you all have, in front of absolute strength, it's all in vain." In his view, Yi Yuan was laughable. Provoking the 100 Sons, then one would have to be prepared to bear their fury. Defeating Yang Qing in one move, the blood race's side was completely boiling over with excitement. How can a lowly race like humans possibly be the blood race's match? Lord Yen Meng is mighty. Let this punk know that our blood race's heavenly majesty is inviolable. Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Try to be arrogant again now. Being suppressed too heavily previously, how could the blood race army be willing to let it go after being given the opportunity at this time? They let loose a wave of mocking towards Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. Indeed, the combat power that Yen Meng displayed was too strong. When Luo Chuan saw this, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "This kid clearly knows that there are the 100 sons in the army, and he actually still dares to provoke. He probably doesn't know that the various races heaven's chosens who died in Yen Meng's hands had already exceeded what fingers can count." Blood Spirit smiled and said, "Ming Yi, that fool, wants to use a few geniuses to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now I'll make him suffer a double loss. With the 100 sons around, even if this punk wants to run, he can't escape too." The blood race's current strategy was to remain unmoving like a mountain. "No matter what approach you took, I'll only guard the spatial pass," Sageway firmly. "But huddling up like this also let Yi Yuan they all have S.P. A.C. to be unbridled." However, the cruise HI plus in combat power that Yen Meng displayed also broadened everyone's horizons. Yang Qing's strength was not weak, but he completely could not stand up to a single hit in front of Yen Meng. And Yen Meng was merely ranked the last among the trio. Far away in the void, several figures were hiding. Wei Liang, Dan Fei, and the rest were also paying attention to the situation of this battle. Yi Yuan willingly risked his life. It was naturally impossible for them to let such an opportunity go. Once the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses took any action, they would immediately seize the opportunity to win the war. But very sadly, the blood race's Emperor Realms were like cowardly turtles, completely unmoved by it. At this time, when Wei Liang saw that Yang Qing was defeated in one move and furthermore sustained serious injuries, he could not help saying with a cold smile, "Warned them long ago that the Saint's sovereign 100 sons were not to be trifled with, but they didn't listen. Ho-hoo, now they seem to be enjoying the feeling of getting slapped. But the price is their own lives." The others were all silent, including Dan Fei. Indeed, they were very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. They all knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but the strength and reputation of the Saint's sovereign 100 sons were accu mulat through experiencing countless fights. It was absolutely not an unearned reputation. Each of these people, they were all the embryos of Emperor Realm. Furthermore, the one taking action now was merely the weakest Yen Meng. Yen Meng looked at Yi Yuan, as if looking at a dead person, and said coolly, "I know that you cultivate Dao sword and are very powerful, having once killed Han Guang with one sword. If you unleash this sword, you might still have the strength to fight a battle. How about it? Want to give it a shot?" He knew that the Dao sword was formidable. He naturally also knew that that was Yi Yuan's final trump card. Once executed, then he would definitely have to die here. Looking at Yen Meng, who was posturing suavely, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "If you only have this bit of strength, then I really wouldn't need the Dao sword to deal with you. Are you sure that you're not letting that strongest one come out?" Yen Meng had a disdainful look as he said, "Still want to posture on your deathbed? I haven't even used my full strength when dealing with that punk, and he was already brought down. Now I'll let you witness my true power." Finished talking, Yen Meng's blood-colored long sword swung. A terrifying blood energy dyed even the horizon red. In this region of S.P. A.C., it even seemed a little withered. Blood-colored withering. Yen Meng unleashed a sword move. This sword was several times stronger than the one that dealt with Yang Qing just now. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that Yen Meng actually did not use his full strength yet when he was dealing with Yang Qing. The muscles on Yi Yuan's body were rapidly withering away. This kind of power was unlike the power of rules, but was incomparably terrifying. And right at this moment, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The dragon might on his body suddenly rose to the sky. That power directly pushed that endless blood color out. Roar! Yi Yuan's body emitted a faint azure color light. Dragon might materialized. The moment Yi Yuan's dragon might came out, it directly suppressed that terrifying blood color. Everyone's faces changed again. It turned out that what Yi Yuan was strongest in was not the universe sword formation. Dragon might surrounded Yi Yuan's body. He looked at Yan Meng and said coolly, "Transcending tribulation the last time, my bloodline transformed. I haven't tested the true power of a battle soul level bloodline yet. Today, I'll test it out on you. 9 heavens. Dragon transformation fist." Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, directly throwing a punch out, meeting Yan Meng's blood-colored long sword. Boom! 2 terrifying forces instantly collided together. Then Yan Meng was directly blown up, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The power of a battle soul level bloodline was utterly formidable. Chapter 28-23. Defeating Saint Sovereign 100 Sons again. Chapter 28-23. Defeating Saint Sovereign 100 Sons again. That cloud of blood mist attempted to recondense, but Yi Yuan smashed a punch out again. Boom! The void trembled. The blood mist was directly wiped out. However, a drop of blood essence was suppressed by Yi Yuan with the Dao sword and put away. Yan Meng, who was still unparalleledly domineering just now, was thoroughly killed by Yi Yuan in one exchange. The entire blood race camp was deathly silent. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said lightly, "Do the so-called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons only have this bit of strength? I still have plenty of strength that hasn't been used yet." Yi Yuan said these words from the bottom of his heart. He thought that Yan Meng could receive a few of his punches, but he did not expect that he failed to receive even a single punch. Too weak. From battle spirit level bloodline to battle soul level bloodline, this was a qualitative leap. The power of Yi Yuan's dragon race battle skill increased by more than 10 times. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's bloodline power was simply the jinx of the bloodline power. At least, in the same realm, Yan Meng was unable to use the power of blood energy to threaten him at all. How can this be? The Saint's Sovereign 100 Sons didn't even last one exchange? This guy is actually of the battle soul level dragon race bloodline. This is practically impossible in Saint's Sovereign Heaven. This guy is clearly a human. Why would his dragon race bloodline be so powerful? In the blood race camp, a series of puzzled voices suddenly came over. This scene before their eyes had seriously subverted their understanding. In their imagination, even if Yi Yuan had some strength, he could at most fight fiercely with Yan Meng for a few dozen rounds before being defeated. Who could have thought that Yan Meng did not even manage to last one round? The impact that this strong contrast brought to them was too strong. Even Blood Spirit, this commander-in-chief, did not come back to his senses for a while too. Hiding in the void, the gazes of a group of Emperor Realm powerhouses shot toward Wei Liang very strangely. Wei Liang's old face immediately did not know where to go. Emperor Dan Fei was here. He did not even dare to rebut. Before his void had faded, Yi Yuan already slew Yan Meng. What a resounding slap! A hint of surprise flashed across Emperor Dan Fei's eyes and he said, "I didn't expect this boy to actually be of the battle soul level true spirit bloodline. It looks like he benefited greatly from overcoming the 7-9 Dao tribulation the last time. Dragon race bloodline, even among chaos true spirit bloodlines, it's a paramount existence too. The improvement of bloodline is extremely difficult. I didn't expect that a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven can actually reach this point. Zuo-Chun, you really picked up a treasure." Zuo-Chun did not speak when he heard it but sighed softly. Everyone understood what he meant. He was sighing about Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai as a divergent cultivator. No matter how strong he was, his achievements would ultimately be limited. Furthermore, the more powerful he was, the heavier the heavenly punishment he would suffer. He was a good sapling. It was just a shame that he was a divergent cultivator. He took Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. It was more for the sake of redeeming the extreme medicine sect's reputation. And Yi Yuan was also borrowing his influence and power to sit firmly in the seat of great commander. Everyone was just making use of each other, that was all. As for master and disciple feelings, there was no such thing. Of course, if Yi Yuan was not a divergent cultivator, Zhuo Chun would definitely view Yi Yuan in a different light. A genius who could casually kill a saint's sovereign 100 sons, he would be an extremely sought-after existence everywhere he went. Only that way would it be considered for him to have really picked up a treasure. If the two of you don't dare to come out and fight, go back. Don't say anything about the saint's sovereign 100 sons being invincible under the heavens in the future. It's really shameful. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Shang and Yuan Jing, who were far away, as he shook his head and said, "That appearance was too hurtful." Wu Shang and Yuan Jing's faces became black as the bottom of a pot. This scene earlier had indeed brought to them a huge shock. Who could have thought that the powerful Yan Meng was actually so weak to not even be able to withstand a single blow? Even someone as strong as Yuan Jing had no confidence in his heart anymore. These two people stood in midair, unable to leave nor stay, awkward to the extreme. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's still that sentence, one-on-one. I'll challenge the lot of you by myself. If you all feel that you're not strong enough, there's no harm adding a few dozen more. This ye will meet all at the same time." Pa 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 pa. It was as if slapping sounds sounded out in the air. Yi Yuan quoted Yang Qing's words and was unparalleledly domineering. He was not cheeky like Yang Qing, but the words he uttered were unparalleledly domineering. These words were established on an invincible aura. The BLU-Str's arrogant BLU-Str was beaten down in front of Yi Yuan's absolute strength until there was not an unscathed spot. Now, they had no qualifications to be proud at all anymore. Didn't you see that the two remaining saints' sovereign 100 sons did not even dare to answer? Yang Qing clutched his chest and said with a gloomy face, F***King H. E. L. L. The limelight goddess, N. A. T. C. Head by this guy again. He's so strong, but he actually left me in the lurch just now. This D. A. M. N guy, I'll trample him underfoot one day and ravage him back and forth. He discovered to his dismay that the gap between him and Yi Yuan was getting bigger. But Yuan Zheng's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "You don't need to goad us. I don't believe that Wu Shang and I, two people, joining hands aren't your match." Yi Yuan felt some regret in his heart, but he still extended a finger and beckoned at the two. That appearance was scornful to the extreme. "Yuan Zheng, don't show off momentary bravery. This boy wants to goad you into making a move. The two of you hurry up and get back to camp, ignore these guys." Just as Yuan Zheng was prepared to make a move, Blood Spirit said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, it was equivalent to the blood race yielding. As the saint's sovereign 100 sons, how prideful were Yuan Zheng two people in their hearts. It was still fine if Blood Spirit did not say anything, but the moment he said it, they wanted to fight even more. Humph! Our saint's sovereign 100 sons' prestige can't be blasphemed. Yuan Zheng gave a cold snort and stepped into the sky, directly taking out a large blood-colored bell and covering Yi Yuan with it. At the same time, Wu Shang also tuned into a Ma.S of bloodwater enveloping toward Yi Yuan. The moment the large blood-colored bell came out, heaven and earth rumbled, and blood energy rose to the sky. Grade 2 Grand Miss Treasure. This power was significantly stronger when compared to Yan Meng. The two people were on a completely different level, adding on Wu Shang's bloodwater that seemed to have come out from the netherworld. When the blood race powerhouses saw it, their hearts could not help quivering, feeling more hopeful. Yi Yuan did not care about this Astoni's HI+ing momentum in the slightest. It was still the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. His 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist had already cultivated to the 3rd level and had boundless power. Now Yi Yuan could blow apart true sovereign heaven powerhouses by relying on the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. The power of Bloodline was no joke. Only to see him throw both fists out SMAs. HI plus ing towards the two people respectively. Boom. The sound given off by the large bell shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Yuan Jing spurted a mouthful of blood mist wildly, his figure flying out backward. Wu Shang was worse when compared to Yuan Jing. His stream of blood water was directly blown up by Yi Yuan's punch. Wu Shang revealed his figure, his entire complexion incomparably pale. Clearly, he had suffered considerable injuries. One punch defeated the Saint's sovereign 100 sons again. Yuan Zheng's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said in a solemn voice. His strength likely already approaches the Saint's sovereign 100 sons' top 50 powerhouses. The two of us joining hands are absolutely not a match either. Chapter 28-24. Tastefully Loathsome. Chapter 28-24. Tastefully Loathsome. Dong. 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 The large blood-colored bell emitted a series of bell chimes, reverberating throughout the heavens. Every time it rang, Yuan Zheng would spurt a mouthful of blood wildly. As for Wu Shang, he was unable to get close at all. Yi Yuan's strength could not be cracked at all. This scene shocked everyone deeply. Ha ha! Blood races trash. Weren't you guys very arrogant just now? What's the matter now? All gone mute? What bulls? HI plus T Saint's sovereign 100 sons, in front of us Azure and Yi combo, they can't withstand a single blow at all. The invincible in the same rank that your Grandpa Yang was talking about earlier is our Azure and Yi combo. When the two of us join hands, we're unmatched among Saint's sovereign heavens. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Yang Qing suddenly became excited again. This kind of opportunity to posture and slap faces, he would not let it go. Hence, this Azure and Yi combo appeared bafflingly. Everyone could not help rolling their eyes. But no one could refute it. Right now, Yuan Zheng two people were currently being abused madly by Yi Yuan. They did not even have the chance to fight back. The hope of the blood race's powerhouses that had just ignited, it was directly extinguished by Yi Yuan's immense strength. Blood Spirit saw that the situation was not good, and his figure moved, about to charge toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had been guarding against the blood race this side long ago. Before Blood Spirit could move out, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed SMAs. HI plus ing a punch towards the two. Boom. The void trembled. Yuan Jing two people were smashed into pieces by Yi Yuan with one punch before they had time to scream. By the time Blood Spirit rushed over, Yi Yuan already brought the two people's blood essence as well as the large blood-colored bell, and made his getaway. Looking from far-away figures of Yi Yuan and the others, Blood Spirit had immense hatred. But he did not dare to chase after. The deaths of the Saint's sovereign 100 sons, this was absolutely a huge matter in the blood race. Yuan Jing three people dying here was an extremely troublesome thing to him as well. It was not that Saint's sovereign 100 sons never died before, but they were often killed by the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses. There were really not many who died at the hands of someone in the same rank. Of course, there were those who were defeated. But, directly being obliterated by someone in the same rank, that was a joke. It was not that there were none stronger than the Saint's sovereign 100 sons in the same rank. But wanting to kill them was far too difficult. But today, this joke actually happened before their eyes. In the blood race camp, people were shocked to the extreme. Damn it! How could a guy from a remote continent be so powerful? Blood Spirit said hatefully. When Han Guang saw this scene, he started dumbfoundedly and mumbled, "This brat, in just a few days of not seeing him, how could he have become so strong?" He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He kept crying out for revenge, but if he really went out, he probably would not have been able to return. As for ordinary bloodkins, they were even more shocked to the core. Saint's sovereign 100 sons, those were all God-like existences in their eyes. Now they were actually slaughtered by someone. That's the Saint's sovereign 100 sons, they died just like this? That guy is only just middle Saint sovereign heaven. He hasn't even reached upper Saint sovereign heaven. After he reaches grand completion Saint sovereign heaven, that will truly be invincible in the same rank. How could such a monster appear in the Heaven One Alliance? This guy will definitely be our blood race's formidable enemy in the future. The blood race had always had a sense of superiority in front of the Heaven One Alliance. But now, their sense of superiority was ruthlessly trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan. When the advantage of revival no longer existed, the blood race also did not appear as powerful anymore. At least, Yi Yuan could disregard the blood race's advantage of revival. Ha ha ha, you bunch of weak chickens, come out and fight again if you have the ability. What bloodline is powerful? What #1 race across all the heavens? You guys can really brag. Got beaten by your Grandpa Yang until you don't even dare to release a fart anymore. Don't you all have 100 sons? Only 3 came out now. Call those in front out too. My Azure and Yi combo will beat the S-H-I plus T out of them all the same. Why is N-O body talking anymore? Your Grandpa Yang is an expert that's lonely and desolate as snow. Also, that guy just now called whatever blood spirit, right? Just you wait. After your Grandpa Yang breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll beat you into blood dregs. After blood spirit returned, Yang Qing rode Shao Qing out again. The blood race's powerhouses were all angered until they had livid expressions. But they really could not send anyone out anymore. No matter how Yang Qing taunted them, the blood race's side had no reaction at all. Let him shout. We'll just shut the camp. Whoever dares to yell about going out to fight again will immediately be sentenced to death. Blood Spirit gave a death order with a cold face. Hence, no one dared to call anymore. In reality, even if Blood Spirit did not give the order, body would dare to call about going out to fight anymore as well. Got to be kidding. Even the Saint's sovereign 100 sons died. Send who else out to fight? But it was really aggravating. Yang Qing's mouth was really loathsome until it was unbeatable. His strength was not considered top-notch, but his taunt skill was really invincible under the heavens. He clearly suffered serious injuries, but looking at his smug appearance, how did he look like an injured person? The Blood Race Army's powerhouses were all beyond furious, but there was nothing that they could do. How aggrieving! In the void, the Heaven One Alliance's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all stunned. These few little fellows actually beat the Blood Race until they did not dare to go out? Although the Blood Race was apprehensive of them sneak attacking, Yi Yuan they all relied on real ability to make the Blood Race huddle up at home too. Including Dan Fei, they were all extremely shocked. Although they knew that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator and had powerful strength, being powerful to this extent still exceeded their expectations. No wonder this guy dared to come and provoke them. He was really fully prepared. There's really no one coming out? Don't blame your Grandpa Yang for not giving you a chance. If there's really no one coming out, your Grandpa Yang is leaving, Yang Qing said with a look of regret after scolding for half a day. This half a day, he did not repeat a single sentence, scolding extremely satisfyingly. Scolding people like this and others could not even rebut. How enjoyable! Alright, go back. They don't dare to come out anymore, Yi Yuan also said with a look of regret. Seeing Yi Yuan few people's departing back views, the Blood Race powerhouses could finally heave a sigh of relief. These few GODs of plague finally left. Yeah, I was scolded by this guy until I was even doubting life. Say, you guys, are we really very weak? At the Northern View City's camp, Wei Liang slammed his fist heavily and said excitedly, really exhilarating. This seat has experienced hundreds of major and minor battles, but there hasn't been once that feels as good as this time. The action of blocking the door this time was really incomparably liberating. Even these Emperor Realm powerhouses, were incomparably excited too. The battle with the blood race was too depressing. You clearly killed the opponent. In the end, the other party resurrected immediately. The next battle, they would similarly deal with you in their strongest state. But once you got inflicted with blood corruption poison, it was basically waiting for death. Yi Yuan directly killed 3 Saint Sovereign 100 Sons in this fight, and killed close to half the Kiliarchs. This was killing absolutely. The other party did not even have the chance to revive. Furthermore, the Blood Race army was blocked in the camp and scolded, and they did not even dare to release a fart. Utterly satisfying. This kind of victory was really satisfying. Although the scale of this battle was not large, it was incomparably liberating. An Emperor Realm powerhouse said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, it's really great. Yi Yuan's cruise. Plussing victory feels really great. Also, Yang Qing, that punk is loathsome, but he's very tastefully loathsome. It's still my first time seeing the blood race like cowards, not daring to even release a fart. Relieving. Too relieving. You didn't see. It's silent in the blood race camp. Each and every one of those soldiers, they were flushed red but couldn't vent it. Ha, really too great." Each of the Emperor Realm powerhouses felt amazing. They thought that Yi Yuan was in incredible danger in this fight. How could they know that a few little fellows actually brought such a relieving battle? Furthermore, this fight had huge harvests. Eliminating 300 Saint Sovereign 100 Sons and close to half the Kiliarchs, this held even greater significance than annihilating an army of 50,000. Chapter 28-25. Done. Chapter 28-25. Done. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, wielded my long spear and killed the Blood Race army until their helmet and coat of mail were in utter disarray. Those whatever bulls. Hi+T Saint Sovereign 100 Sons couldn't even last one exchange under my spear, and they were thoroughly obliterated. On a small dirt mound, Yang Qing had a look of exultation, describing his heroic valiantness. Around him, many Heaven One powerhouses were surrounding him, listening until they felt an upsurge of emotion. Yang Qing's strength was indeed strong, virtually invincible in the Heaven One army. Therefore, his words sound fantastical, but it was still very convincing. Of course, he grafted all of Yi Yuan's contributions onto himself. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, shouted loudly, "Who dares to come and fight?" That bunch of blood race trash immediately shut themselves in. Sigh, invincibility is really lonely. Yang Qing gave a long sigh, with quite the air of a lonely expert. He had been invincible for too long and naturally developed the air of an expert. When not being detestable, he really had quite the air of a general. Saint Exalt Azure Sky is well deserving of the name Azure Sky, making our human race's awe-inspiring reputation renown. Awesome. Great. Didn't expect that our Heaven One alliance will also beat the blood race until they don't want to step out of the door. Saint Exalt Azure Sky is mighty. For a time, praises lingered incessantly. Yang Qing immersed into this kind of praise, unable to extricate himself. This kind of feeling, he had enjoyed it countless times but would never tire of it. On the contrary, he gladly endured the hards. Hi+P. After Yi Yuan came back, he went into close seclusion and did not exit. These few days, Yang Qing had been boasting himself every day in the army camp. True sovereign heaven powerhouses naturally would not be bored enough to come and bother him. Hence, these few days, Yang Qing's reputation became more and more resounding among the bottom-level soldiers. This matter was only known by Emperor Realm powerhouses. In the beginning, everyone naturally did not believe it. But Yang Qing obtained the token of the blood race's Chiliarch. This thing could not be fake. There were naturally more people who believed in it. TCH Yang Qing, can you please have some face? I was wondering why you couldn't be found these few days. It turns out that you ran here to brag. Right at this time, a discordant voice came over. The moment everyone looked, it was little dragon girl Jingfei. The moment Yang Qing saw Jingfei, he secretly thought to himself, S-H-I+T. Why did this girl come here? Those soldiers felt an upsurge of emotion when they listened and had long already believed Yang Qing. The moment they heard her at this time, they became indignant. A soldier called her into question. Girlie, what the H-E-L-I do you know? Saint Exalt Azure Sky has the token of the blood race's chiliarch in his hands. This is the symbol of their ident. One tie. Without killing the other party, it's impossible to get it. Jingfei rolled her eyes. This bunch of guys was bluffed by Yang Qing into becoming his hardcore followers. She was just about to open her mouth to provide an explanation, but there was a blur before her eyes, and Yang Qing already arrived in front of her. Hoo-hoo, Jingfei girlie, you came to find me to ask for something, right? Let's go then, find another place to talk about it. Yang Qing covered Jingfei's mouth and dragged her, and was about to leave. Jingfei was not Yang Qing's match at all. She had her mouth covered and could not speak, but this really could not stump her. The blood race's chiliarch did die, and the saint's sovereign 100 sons died too. But they were killed by my big brother Yi Yuan. This guy is just a body waving a flag and shouting for cheers, that's all. Asmal and exquisite Si Conch flew out, the voice immediately spreading throughout the barrack. All the soldiers exchanged glances when they heard it. It was Great Commander Yi Yuan? Isn't he a heavenly alchemist? Why is his combat strength so strong too? This La-S is Great Commander Yi Yuan's younger sister. She naturally fantasizes that her big brother is a hero. Oh, so that's how it is. There was still no one who believed it. Jingfei became anxious and immediately shouted through the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, Yang Qing, you dare to seize my big brother Yi Yuan's credit. Do you still want to resolve your blood corruption poison or not? The moment Yang Qing heard, he immediately jumped up and said excitedly, this guy really found a way? Jingfei could finally speak. Looking at him, she said with a sneer, is there anything that my big brother Yi Yuan can't do in this world? He made me come find you to go and test the medicine. Yang Qing said excitedly, then what are we still waiting for? Come on. Finished saying, he ignored the dumbfounded crowd too, disappearing with a flash. Jingfei glanced at the soldiers hatefully and said with a look of anger from their failure to live up to expectations, you bunch of fools misled by people with a few words. My big brother Yi Yuan is a divergent cultivator, his strength being formidable. Someone like Yang Qing, he can beat him up with one hand. Yet, you guys still believed his rubbish. Plus humph. Finished talking, she left too, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. Yang Qing was poisoned by the blood corruption poison? Inflicted with the blood corruption poison, and he could still be as brave as he said? It turned out that they were all fooled. It turns out that the one who did those things was actually Great Commander Yi Yuan. Great Commander Yi Yuan is really impressive. Just how long had he joined the Heaven One army? He already made 3 great miraculous achievements. This kind of big victory is really a tribute to our Heaven One's divine might. It's so amazing. Just now, did that La-S say that the blood corruption poison can be resolved? Suddenly, the entire place became deathly silent. The moment Yang Qing entered the room, he was virtually about to suffocate. Within the room, there were one powerful aura after another, making him virtually unable to breathe. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. It was just that the gazes were somewhat strange. Like looking at a little white rat. All right, begin, Dan Fei said coolly. But, in this calm voice, it exuded strong antic. 1 Asian. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pointed at the board in front of him, and said to Yang Qing, lie down. All right. Yang Qing lay on the panel, seeming somewhat cramped. This room was too terrifying. These guys were definitely all Emperor Realm powerhouses. Upon lying down, ABLOODY aura hit him in the nose. A wooden basin was placed in front of Yi Yuan. Water was filled in the wooden basin. To be exact, it was blood water. Scarlet red, it looked shocking. Yi Yuan was long prepared. As soon as Yang Qing lay down, starlight shone brightly, and the Xuanji 9 leaves acupuncture technique started. Only to see him reach his hand out in focus, divine essence needles pass, said through the blood water. The divine essence needles were actually dyed red in an instant. Following that, the fantasy-like acupuncture technique began. The acupuncture technique this time was greatly different from when he imparted to the others before. These few days, he carried out an in-depth lysis of blood essence. The blood essence of Yuan Zheng. These people had more reference value. The blood essence of the blood race, the stronger they were, the more powerful and the more vigorous it was. Previously, Yi Yuan already had a framework for treating the blood corruption poison. This time, with an even better reference, he found the method very quickly. The reason why Yang Qing got injured and he did not take action, it was actually to make him be this little white rat. It was easier to get started on an acquaintance. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yang Qing's strength was extremely strong. His ability to resist the blood corruption poison was also stronger than the others. He was naturally a very good experiment subject. This basin of blood water was actually medicine water refined by Yi Yuan with the blood essence of the blood race A.S. assembled with several dozen kinds of grade 5 heavenly medicines. This medicine water coupled with his improved Xuanji 9 leaves, it could completely cure the blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan's technique was dreamlike and mystical. Even a hint of surprise flashed across Inzwa Chen's eyes. He was a grade 8 heavenly alchemist. How sharp was his eyesight! The virtues and faults of this technique were clear to him at a glance. Impressive. Sigh. Zhuo could not hold back and heaved a sigh again in his heart. A shame that he was a divergent cultivator. This kind of alchemy path genius would definitely be a grade 8, or even a grade 9 heavenly alchemist in the future. Truly a shame. One divine essence needle after another fired into Yang Qing's body. Yang Qing emitted fled groans continuously. No idea how long had passed, said Aether. Yi Yuan's divine essence needles suddenly stopped, the stellar power dissipating with a loud bang. A hint of wild ecstasy flashed across Yi Yuan's face, and he said, "It succeeded." Chapter 28-26. Yi Yuan's Requirements. Chapter 28-26. Yi Yuan's Requirements. It was not just Yi Yuan. All of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present, their chests heaved unevenly, their faces revealing looks of ecstasy. The blood corruption poison in Yang Qing's body had already completely dissipated into thin air. Everyone knew what this meant. During these thousands of years, powerhouses that died under the blood corruption poison were too many to count. Even around these Emperor Realm powerhouses, there were many people who died from the blood corruption poison too. But, even if they had the ability to access the highest heavens, they were powerless to do anything about this too, and could only passively watch their loved ones and friends die. That feeling of powerlessness drove people insane. But now, they finally saw hope. Yi Yuan resolving the blood corruption poison absolutely had trans-era significance. This signified that they did not need to fear the blood corruption poison anymore. This meant that the millions upon millions of Heaven 1 powerhouses were able to be reborn. This also signified that even more powerhouses would be born. The significance was far too great. The Heaven 1's various races had many, many geniuses. They could originally have stepped into the Emperor Realm. But, because of the blood corruption poison, they perished. Now, with Yi Yuan's method, those geniuses poisoned by blood corruption poison were able to stand up again. Too remarkable. Truly too incredible! With this method, what are we still scared of the blood race for? Ha ha! For thousands of years, the difficult hurdle that numerous heavenly alchemists failed to overcome after advancing and filling the gaps left by fallen comrades was actually overcome. Impressive! Impressive! In the engagements with the blood race in the future, there's no need to be overly cautious anymore either. Succeeded! It really succeeded! Ha ha ha! Wei Liang started laughing agitatedly. As he laughed, his eyes actually became wet. Wei Yun, if you were still alive, how great would it be? How great, Wei Liang choked. An exalted Emperor Realm powerhouse actually cried, crying like a child. Zhuo Chun came to his side. Patting his shoulder, he urged, Wei Yun will also be happy in the afterlife. Wei Liang nodded slightly but still could not resist silently shedding tears. Yi Yuan knew that Wei Liang's impression of him was not good, but he did not expect that his reaction was actually so intense. Seeing Yi Yuan's puzzlement, Dan Fei explained, Wei Liang and Wei Yun, two brothers, were once the extreme medicine sect's peerless twin prides, the two people's feelings being extremely deep. Especially Wei Yun, he was reputed to be the genius with the greatest hope of stepping into Hegemon realm. But sadly, back then, when they were still at true sovereign heaven, Wei Yun was accidentally poisoned by the blood corruption poison in a great battle, and he fell in the end. This matter is still Wei Liang's heart not till this day. Actually, not just Wei Liang, each and every one of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present had somewhat wet eyes. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present all came over from being weaklings too, fighting fiercely for several thousand years, who didn't have a few loved ones and friends die around them. Now, they found the way to resolve the blood corruption poison, but their loved ones and friends could not return anymore. How could they not feel vicissitudes of emotion? Yi Yuan, you found the way to resolve the blood corruption poison. There's no greater merit. Dan Fei said with a solemn face. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I found it, but this method can't be applied in a large scale at all. In order to refine this basin of blood of flame crystal, it already depleted 1/3 of the blood race blood essence. This basin of blood of flame crystal can at most treat 1,000 people's blood corruption poison. Even if the effects of the Saint's sovereign 100 Sons blood essence is stronger, it can at most treat 5,000 people. After that, it will become useless. The blood race's blood essence is too difficult to obtain. Presently, the biggest issue was still the blood race's blood essence. This blood of flame crystal was Yi Yuan's own invention. The most important ingredient added to enhance it was the blood essence of the blood race. This time, although he obtained some quality blood essence, it was still too little and not enough to use at all. And the blood race would not give him this kind of opportunity anymore. This was also to say that the next time someone got poisoned, he would have no way of curing. At present, there was only half a month left before the 3-month deadline. The blood race side was still increasing its troop. The number of troops at present already said 25,000 people. While on the human side, there was only around 40,000 people left. These 40,000 people were already the limit that the Heaven One Alliance was able to transfer over. After the spatial Pa-S Sageway was exposed, over at the absolute heaven barrier there, the blood race launched an incomparably fierce offensive. It was for the sake of not letting the Southern Front transfer troops over. If the absolute heaven barrier was breached, whether or not the spatial Pa-S Sageway was broken would not hold much meaning anymore too. Therefore, the Northern Front's war affairs currently has at most only left with one last battle. Either succeed or die trying. The last great battle, nearly 10,000 people died. Among them, a very large portion was poisoned by blood corruption poison. Currently, in the army, there are merely 4,000 to 5,000 people poisoned by blood corruption poison. Just nice, we can carry out the final great battle. Putting aside how significant the blood of flame crystal was, even for this battle, you've rendered a great achievement too. You've merely entered the alliance for just over a month, but already made 4 miraculous contributions. Speak, what rewards do you need? Dan Fei said. Talking up to here, Dan Fei also had to sigh with admiration. In a short 1 month plus, Yi Yuan first breached the blood race's defensive front, triggering heavenly punishment to send the information. Then he created arrows that reversed the war. Then, he killed the saint's sovereign 100 sons as well as many Kiliarchs. Lastly, you even created the blood of flame crystal. These 4 great achievements, any one of them was a virtually impossible to accomplish mission. Calling it 4 great miraculous achievements was not overboard too. Yet, these 4 great miraculous achievements happened on Yi Yuan alone. Dan Fei had fought for many years and made countless achievements. But, compared to Yi Yuan's 4 great miraculous achievements, it still paled greatly in comparison. And Yi Yuan merely completed these in slightly over 1 month. He had to admit that if there wasn't Yi Yuan, the Heaven One Alliance would probably find it hard to hold on this time too. The entire Grand Bright Jade complete heaven would probably fall into enemy hands. This kind of achievement was not what a measly little great commander position was sufficient to be a reward. But, to use what to reward, Dan Fei really could not think of it. Therefore, he simply asked Yi Yuan himself. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I want to enter the extreme medicine sect and browse all of the sect's alchemy CLA. S6. Dan Fei was taken aback and said, Just this? He thought that Yi Yuan would demand an exorbitant price, but he did not expect that he actually only had this request. Of course, the extreme medicine sect's alchemy records were not what everyone could peruse. Want to enter it and read extensively, one must have sufficient status. But this was all too easy for Heaven One Alliance. Furthermore, compared to the miraculous achievements that Yi Yuan had made, it was utterly not worth mentioning. Yi Yuan nodded his head seriously and said, Just this. Of course, I also won't let the extreme medicine sect suffer a loss. I have quite a few alchemy CLA. S6 in my hands too. I'll make copies and read 'em it to the extreme medicine sect. This sentence made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. The big shots present were all not fools. Yi Yuan could take out a heaven-defying acupuncture technique like the Xuanji 9 leave. How could he not have had any fortuitous encounters? But this kind of lucky chance belonged to those who obtained it. Other people could not pry into it. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually so generous to take it out as a payment to the extreme medicine sect? Chapter 28-27. Let me try. Chapter 28-27. Let me try. Ha ha. Am cured. There isn't any blood corruption poison in my body at all. Laven thought that I was dead for sure. I didn't expect that I actually didn't die. Great Commander Yi Yuan is mighty. Great Commander Yi Yuan is incredible. Great Commander Yi Yuan rendered amazing merit. He's really our Heaven One's great hero. Following one blood corruption poison victim after another being cured, the entire Heaven One camp was boiling over with excitement. Previously, even if the blood corruption poison was being suppressed, the camp had never been this crazy before too. All of the Heaven One soldiers seemed to be having a carnival. No one thought that the blood corruption poison could actually really be cured one day. This was just like a terminal illness being completely cured. That feeling of despair to a new lease on life was sufficient to make people excited until they went mad. Hence, Yi Yuan's prestige in the army reached the peak in an instant. Those soldiers who were cured practically regarded Yi Yuan as a god. The difficult hurdle that could not be overcome for thousands of years was overcome by Yi Yuan. The terminal illness that no one had ever cured was cured by him. Zhao Qian hugged Xiao Yiping and said agitatedly, Good brother, we can fight side by side again in the future. This time, we have to join forces properly and kill until the blood race is trembling in their boots. Xiao Yiping nodded agitatedly and said, Boss, rest assured. We've mustered up enough strength this time. We'll definitely teach the blood race BASTARDS an unforgettable lesson. It's all thanks to great Commander Yi. Without him, there's no need for us to fight this war anymore too, Zhao Qin said. Great Commander Yi is truly divine. Something that the extreme medicine sect didn't accomplish for thousands of years. He did it. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Mentioning Yi Yuan, Qiao Yiping and the brothers around him were all incomparably respectful. This kind of respect came from the bottom of the heart. One time, twice, thrice, 4 times. Yi Yuan used one miracle after another and conquered everyone. Using half a month's time, Yi Yuan led Xiao Shan and the rest and completely cured over 4,000 soldiers in the army who were inflicted with blood corruption poison. At this time, there was already less than a month left from the spatial PAS Sageway completely stabilizing. Furthermore, the blood race was still continuously sending large forces through the spatial PAS Sageway. A war brooked no delay. After experiencing the initial most excitement, clouds of sorrow started shrouding the upper echelons. Can't drag on anymore. The Southern Front has already sent news that the war is very tough, and the casualties extremely heavy. Just a while ago, Hegemon Wind Thunder was injured by the Hegemon SHI+E of the blood race, his injuries very severe. The Southern Front there transferred another 10,000 people over. This is already the limit, Dan Fei said in a solemn expression. Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present changed one after another. Even Hegemon-level powerhouses were seriously injured. The tragic plight of the Southern Front War could be seen. These 10,000 people were even squeezed out through the crevices between their teeth. After all, once the Northern Front was lost, the absolute heaven barrier would also lose its meaning of existence. During this period of time, the blood race had 3 more Emperor Realm powerhouses come over through the spatial PAS Sageway. The war this time will probably be even harder, Zhuo Chen similarly said with a worried look. No matter how difficult, we have to fight too. Even if our Northern Front army fights until the last soldier, we have to destroy the spatial PAS Sageway too. Otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable, Dan Fei said decisively. He understood that this fight would be even more miserable than that previous battle. Because in his fight, both sides had no way out anymore. Especially the Heaven One Alliance. Therefore, even if it was Dan Fei, this commander-in-chief, he was also prepared to die in battle. Zhuo Chen nodded his head and said, "Fight. Naturally have to fight. And, oh, body is afraid of dying. But right now, the most crucial problem is how can we destroy the spatial PAS Sageway? According to the last encounter, we can't get close to the spatial PAS Sageway at all. This time, the hope is even more bleak." The moment these words came out, even Dan Fei fell silent too. In the last great battle, 15 people fought 10 of the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses, but they still did not take the upper hand. Now, the other side added 3 more. It was naturally even more impossible. They could not even come into contact with the spatial PAS Sageway, let alone talk about destroying it. Ming Yi, 50,000 troops versus 30,000 troops. How confident are you? Dan Fei suddenly looked toward Ming Yi and asked. He was the highest commander of the Saint's sovereign army and naturally had the qualifications to take part in this conference too. Apart from him, there were also 6 great commanders, including Yi Yuan. Although the Saint's sovereign army were cannon fodders, if the army's side won, and the Emperor Realm powerhouses there held out, they could destroy the spatial PAS Sageway too. Ming Yi's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, "Honestly speaking, not even 30%. These 30,000 troops are all elites among elites, their combat power extremely strong. Although we resolved the blood corruption poison, it's still very difficult to kill them. This 30% confidence is still because Yi Yuan killed Yuan Jing 3 people and close to half of the Kiliar. Otherwise, we don't even have 10% confidence. As he said, he looked toward Yi Yuan, full of gratitude. Yi Yuan killing Yuan Jing 3 people, and those kiliarchs was not just venting frustration so simple. It was also of great strategic importance. These people's combat power naturally went without saying. And they also played a sea-stabilizing needle effect in the Saint's sovereign heaven army. Yi Yuan killing them was equivalent to destroying the blood race's war banner. It was of great significance. The reason why the battle previously suffered heavy losses was because of the eruption of the blood corruption poison on the one hand. On the other hand, it was because the blood race's combat power was extremely strong. In front of Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, these people were naturally too weak to stand up to combat. But, to ordinary soldiers, the combat power of the blood race was strong. And on the Heaven One Alliance's side, the majority were transferred over temporarily. They were much worse in terms of combat power. However, because of Yi Yuan, the entire army's cohesiveness reached the peak currently. Hearing Ming Yi's words, Dan Fei's expression became a little uglier. Could it be that there was really no hope at all? Everyone fell silent. Why don't I give it a try? Suddenly, a voice broke the death-like silence. When all the Emperor Realm powerhouses heard that, they looked over one after another. The one speaking was precisely Yi Yuan. You? This kind of great battle, what function can you alone play? Dan Fei shook his head and said. He knew that Yi Yuan had extremely strong combat power, but a great battle of several tens of thousands of Saint Sovereign Heavens, if they really fought, even a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven would be bombarded into residue too. What use did a mere Yi Yuan have? Yi Yuan, Master knows that you have good intentions. However, miracles can't happen over and over again. The great battle this time, you don't take part in it. At present, only you can seize the blood race's blood essence, and set it aside for use later. Saving more companions is the right thing to do. Zhuo Chen said. Yi Yuan was a treasure. He could not die. At that time, once he got targeted by a true sovereign heaven, that would be very dangerous. The refinement method of the blood of flame crystal, as well as the new acupuncture technique, Yi Yuan had already imparted them to Xiao Shan and the rest. But, without Yi Yuan, they were unable to suppress the blood race's blood essence. They were naturally unable to refine the blood of flame crystal. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm saying, I have a way to destroy the spatial passageway. But the prerequisite is that I can reach the spatial passageway there. Therefore, I need everyone to help me hold off the blood race's powerhouses.